Board of the Center of Environmental Law Policy, Education and Development, or known as CELPED, by the ICFAI Law School, ICFAI University, Dehradun on 25th March 2021, received various awards, prizes in academics, published more than 50 international and 50 national journals, and written various books and chapters. Again, welcome Dr. S. Ganapathy Venkata Subramanian. Good morning.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Can I start, madam?
Yes, of course.
Thank
Go
you.
on.
Thank you. Very good morning. Very good morning. See, at the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this GoGreen 7th Summit for having extended this invitation to me, to one of the guest speakers. And I am very, very happy that I am the first speaker of today. You know that Ganapati is always the first god to be prayed in India. So I am taking that privilege of being the first speaker of today, and that too, yesterday and today is a very, very auspicious day in India. And so for having given this privilege of being the first speaker of today, I am extending once again my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this conference. Now, my area of specialization is this environmental management and law. So how far this environmental law is playing a good amount of role for the purpose of an effective environmental management. This is what the topic which I am going to deliver a lecture. Now, for the purpose of effective environmental management, in my opinion, I can say that 4 E's are very, very important. The first one is that education. The second one is the engineering. The third one is the enforcement. The fourth one is the economics. When I say about that education, it is needless to state, unless otherwise we create a good amount of an awareness with the people, what is the environmental friendly and what not environmental friendly, and with the cooperation of the people only, we can able to achieve a good environmental management. In fact, I have seen at several places people who are highly educated, but as far as their environmental knowledge is concerned, it is very poor. So in order to make them a good environmentally aware citizens, for that only, in fact, the Supreme Court of India, as one of the judgment, made it mandatory of introducing one subject, namely this environmental science and engineering, in the academic curriculum of the undergraduate program, irrespective of what branch a student is studying it. And this syllabus is a very common one throughout the length and breadth of the country. Apart from that, the government of India is also funding to the various organizations to conduct several short-term programs. It may be for 2 days or 3 days with the specific program for the specific type of the audience, in order to create more awareness with the people. Once there is an awareness, certainly there will be having some sort of a commitment. Once a commitment is there, they will not be indulging any activity which is harming the environment, and again he will not be allowing others also to indulge in any activity that is affecting the environment. Now coming back to the second one, namely this engineering. Certainly there is no second opinion, whether it may be the water treatment or the wastewater treatment, whether it is the industrial waste treatment, or anything and everything, unless otherwise these engineering principles, the scientific principles ingrained with the engineering design and developing a technology, we cannot able to have a good environmental management. Now, before we are going to the third one, which is my topic, I can just say about a few words about the fourth one, namely the economics, because this is the area which is emerging in as far as India is concerned in the last 5 to 10 years. Previously, this environment was available as a free commodity. Now it is slowly being priced for that matter. and whether it is the a good trend or the not a good trend, it is a very highly a discussionable and a debatable topic. But now slowly, even for even in our household, in our municipal solid waste also, apart from the tax, now we have been asked to pay some charges also for the purpose of what is this one? The disposal of the solid waste or the municipal solid waste generated at our household activities. Similarly, at the several places, now the government has started charging also by way of putting some tax or by way of imposing certain special charges in order to keep that particular place or the environment neat and clean. But the day is the day is not far where the government may introduce some sort of a waste disposable cost also along with the product, and after the due usal of the product, when the product has to, when the waste product, when the waste is to be, when the waste has to be disposed, means whatever that disposal cost, that has to be paid by the consumer, and that will be included in the consumer cost. So slowly this is an emerging area as far as the India is concerned. Now I have already told you whether it is the good trend or not good trend, it is a debatable one. Coming back to the next one, namely this fourth E or the third one, which I was supposed to give a talk, namely this enforcement. Now, enforcement regime is a very an important regime for the purpose of effective environmental management. But unfortunately, this is not being given as much importance as it is needed for that matter. Now, for the purpose of good enforcement regime, we need good environmental legislations. Now, for the purpose of enacting these good environmental legislations, we need a constitution for that. Now, let me put it one by one. Whether in India we are having a good constitution for the purpose of enacting this legislation, means certainly we are having a very good constitution. In fact, I can very well say, very most proudly and proudly say that our constitution is one among the constitution in the world, which is a very green constitution. And without going to the words or the sentences in that one, if you could be able to see the spirit of our constitution, it is very much advocating this environmental, what is this? It is very much environmental friendly for that matter. Apart from that, even you just see the preamble of our constitution, namely that justice, social, economics, political. So after attaining the social only, we can go for the economic, and after that only the political justice. Similarly, the principle of equity, principle of equality, all these things, if you could extrapolate it with reference to the environment, means certainly it is very much advocating the clean and green environment, or it is an environmental friendly. Apart from that, we are having, what is this one, various articles in our constitution, which is very much advocating the advocating, or I can say this environmental friendly. Apart from that, in the year 1976, 2 articles have been exclusively inserted through the one of the constitutional amendment, namely the 42nd constitutional amendment. 2 articles, namely the article 48A and 51AG, have been introduced in our constitution. And the 48A made it mandatory. It is the duty of the state to protect the environment. State means it is the government. Again, that is that environment includes anything and everything, whether it may be the mountainous ecosystem or the grassland ecosystem or the what is the coastal ecosystem or anything and everything, it is being included. And it is not only enough that if you are putting the duty on the part of the state alone, it is the duty on the part of the citizens also to protect that environment. So through the article 51AG in our constitution, through the 42nd constitutional amendment, it has become the duty on the part of the, it has made it as a duty on the part of the citizens to keep the environment clean and green, or that is that protect that environment 51 AG. Now again, people may be asking it. Apart from that, there are other articles. Article 47A, that is protecting our monuments. Like that, we are having the other articles also there. Why I have given the importance for these two articles means it has made a duty on the part of the state as well as the duty on the part of the citizens. Then people who have studied that law may be asking, sir, it is only under the directive principles of the state policy. Now it is not mandatory and it is not an obligatory. You cannot impose a duty on the part of that as a mandatory one. But I can very well say, because of the intervention of the Supreme Court, along with that Article 51 AG, we have to read with the Article 21 of the Constitution, namely that right to life. Right to life includes a right to clean and healthy environment, with the result, non-providence of the clean and healthy environment, it tantamounts the violation of the fundamental right. You are getting another right of approaching the highest judiciary in order to make that establish your right. So automatically this 48A and 51AG read along with that Article 21 of the Constitution. It has become one of our fundamental right, though it is not explicitly mentioned in our Constitution, but because of the intervention of the Supreme Court, it is implied one that it is one of the fundamental right, that is the clean and healthy environment. Okay, now coming back to that legal regime, whether we are having the good legal regime means, I can very well say that in India, we are having both environmental laws as well as the environmental laws. What is the difference between the two? The environmental laws are the environmental laws which are exclusively enacted for the purpose of environmental protection. What are those laws means? Say, take for example, that Water Act, Air Act, and a comprehensive umbrella act, namely this Environmental Protection Act, Public Liability Insurance Act, then the National Green Tribunal Act. Like that, we are having that exclusive acts for the purpose of what is this one? Protecting our environment. Apart from that, we are having several environmental laws. Those laws are maybe with the other aspects, but in their what is this one? In that act, various sections are available that will be very much advocating of clean and green environment. Take for example, our Factories Act. That is, it makes that factory owners, or it makes the occupier of the factory to provide the clean water, clean drinking water, make the factory a clean and green, and the disposal of the waste, not mixing of that industrial waste along with the municipal waste. Like that, it is very clearly mentioned. Similarly, the Police Act, it prevents this using of these drums or the what is this one, prevents this noise pollution in the public places. Like that, Sarais Act, keeping that the Sarais neat and clean, providing the good drinking water, adequate facilities for the disposal of the waste. So like that, we are having the several acts in our country, and in those acts, we are having the different sections for the purpose of keeping that environment neat and clean. Okay, now coming back to that international legal regime, let us stop a few minutes about that international legal regime. Why means this is the legal regime which is very much emerging, and in fact, that is after the Stockholm Declaration and other things which have taken place at the international level. Now this international legal regime is very much commanding for the emergence of the domestic legal regime. It has got an effect, it has got an excellent impact on the emergence of the domestic legal regime. Now, because environment cannot be viewed at the national level or the regional level, it has to be viewed at the international level and the global level. Because now there are several areas, take for example, the climate change and other things. Whatever that activity which is being done at one country, which may have an effect on the other country or even the common property resources. Now let us go one by one. If you see that in the year 1972 Stockholm Declaration, 1982 we have got that Nairobi Declaration, 1992 we have got that Rio Declaration. All these things, India was the partner for that matter. And as far as the Rio Declaration is concerned, it was the first declaration where that sustainable development word has been coined, and it has also made it mandatory to introduce the sustainable development concept or the principle in every aspect of our new projects which are coming. And whatever that project which you are doing it, we must keep it in our mind, this process of the sustainable development. And of course, I can say that the Stockholm Declaration was the first one under the umbrella of the United Nations, where our then Prime Minister, Srimati Indira Gandhi, was giving the keynote address, and which was very much welcomed. And in fact, she was saying in the developing countries, it is the poverty which is making the big pollution, and we have to give the due time for the purpose of the, what is this one? And we for a good amount of time for the developing countries in order to come back, cope up with the development of the developed countries for that matter. Okay, apart from that, so all the three most important one, the declarations, India is a partner. Apart from that, we are having the several conventions, several protocols, several covenants, several bilateral, trilateral, multilateral agreements. In all these things, India was a partner for that one. Take, for example, the Basel Convention with reference to the hazardous waste management, or if you see the Montreal Convention with reference to the ozone depleting substances, or the Biodiversity Convention with reference to the biodiversity protection. All these things India was a partner for, including the climate change, United Nations Framework Convention on the climate change. Why I am stressing this importance means whenever India is the signatory for any of these international conventions or the protocols, it is giving some sort of an assurance to the international bodies or international other countries that we will be modifying our existing legislations, or we will be bringing a new legislation in consonance with the agreement which you have signed at the international level. And we have, what is this one? Very both letter and spirit obeyed the thing. After it is a due ratification, we have brought several legislations. Take, for example, after the Biodiversity Convention, we brought the biodiversity protection laws. After the Basel Convention, we have brought, what is this one, a special rules for the purpose of the hazardous waste management and transport. Then after the Montreal Convention, again we brought the special rules for the ozone depleting substances. So in my opinion, I can say that India is very much cooperative at the international level, and these sort of these conventions and the protocols gives the room for that in what for the India to modify. Take, for example, even the Ramsar Convention for the wetland protection. So like that, it is giving a good amount of a scope for the purpose of emergence of the legal regime, domestic legal regime or the municipal legal regime for that matter also. Now let us see one by one what are the various laws means. That is, I have already told you that Water Act, Air Act, what is this Environmental Protection Act, the Public Liability Insurance Act, National Green Tribunal Act and all. Because of the paucity of the time, we cannot go in detail about that one. But again, that Water Act and Air Act gives the scope for the purpose of good environmental governance. A special statutory bodies have been created and a special department at the central level and the state level, namely this Department of Environment. Now it has included the environment and include forest, and it is now included even the climate change also. So Department of Environment, Forest and the climate change, both at the central and state level, and for the purpose of what is this one, the effective, in order to effectively implement these legislations, special statutory bodies have been created both at the central and the state level, namely the Central Pollution Control Board and the State Pollution Control Board. That is that, take for example, in my state, we are having the Tamil Nadu State Pollution Control Board is there. Okay, and these boards are the major one which is enforcing this legal regime And in fact, their major role, not only the policing job, but also giving the, what is this one, permission for the, what is that, after duly scrutinizing this environmental impact assessment report, then they will be giving, recommending to the appropriate authority to give the permission. And after that, the collector will give the consent to operate. After that, it is empowered to monitor whether they have properly, what is this one, implementing these rules and regulations. And apart from that, they are also helping these industries to give some sort of an advice, suggestions in the environmental management. Then, of course, they are conducting several programs and also contributing for the research and development in the upcoming areas to give a good suggestions to the, what is this one, industrialist, how far this environmental, what is this one, pollutants can be controlled or managed for that matter. Okay, and again, for the purpose of quick disposal of the case, we have created the special tribunals under the Tribunal Act, National Green Tribunal, and it is empowered on par with the Supreme Court, and it is exclusively for the purpose of hearing these environmental related cases. We all know that justice delayed is justice denied. So in order to give the justice, in order to dispose the case quickly, and in order to render the justice also, they have formed that National Green Tribunal, and it is functioning from the 2011 onwards in India. And it has got the various benches also. And it has got that principal bench at Delhi and the northern bench, I can say, then western, eastern, central, and southern bench are available. And all these environmental related cases will be transferred to this tribunal, and they will be hearing that matter. And you can just see in the few days back, the Supreme Court has made very clearly that the National Green Tribunal is empowered to take so much cognizance also without anybody's complying. If they come across any activity that is causing that environmental pollution means, and by way of reading that in newspaper or any article, or by the way of their own knowledge, if they come across any of these things means, they can take the cognizance of that one. They can take the suo cognizance. They are empowered. So now that the Supreme Court has made it very clear that the National Green Tribunal is empowered to take that suo cognizance also. It is one of the very, very important power on the part of the tribunal. Okay, coming back to that other things. Now, for the purpose of municipal solid waste management, we are having this municipal solid waste management handling rules are there, biomedical waste management handling rules. Then for the purpose of coastal regulation zone notification is there. Then most importantly, that is that industries have been categorized into A, B1, B2, C, like that. And again, that red category, yellow category, orange category, and all. And based upon that, they have to supposed to do that environmental impact assessment. And after doing this one, they have to submit a report, and that will be scrutinized accordingly at the state level or at the central level. And that committee will give the due suggestions also. And after incorporating those things, again, if they submit it, they will scrutinize it. And after that, they will be holding to hold a public hearing notification and the public hearing. And again, for the purpose of holding this a public hearing, the government has made one of the rules, namely the public hearing notification, how the public hearing have to be conducted. Now the public have been given the due opportunity to ventilate it, their own suggestions and other things. Then again, they are empowered the right to go through that environmental impact assessment report, and it is available at the public domain. Apart from that, we are having that Right to Information Act. Through that one also we can hear to that EIA report. Now this public, they can attend the, what is this one, public hearing, give their own, what is the get, whatever the clarifications they wanted to get it, and whatever the suggestions they wanted to put it. And again, if it is a feasible one, that will be incorporated. If it is not feasible, again, the project proponent will give the adequate explanation for that one also. Then after that, it will be recommended to that environmental authority, and after that, it will be given the clearance. And after that, again, the the respective pollution control board and the department will give the permit to operate the industry. Apart from that, every year that there is a environmental auditing is also there, then they have to do for all these things. Now we are having, as far as the rules and regulations are concerned, and for the purpose of governance also, we are having the good bodies. Apart from that, our Honorable Supreme Court and High Courts have also played a good amount of role for the purpose of emergence of a special jurisprudence, namely that environmental jurisprudence. Why I am saying about this Honorable High Court and the Supreme Court means, as per the Article 141 of the Constitution, whatever the judgment pronounced by the Honorable Supreme Court and the High Court, it will become the law of the land and with the jurisdiction. Take for example, if the Supreme Court has given the judgment, means certainly it will be overriding that particular law, and that will be effective one for that. So it has got the jurisdiction throughout India. Now, during this one, that our Supreme Court has played an enormous amount of role for the purpose of emergence of the jurisprudence, of environmental jurisprudence. Take for example, the polluter pays principle, or the precautionary principle, or even that the public trust doctrine, or the absolute liability. All these principles have been evolved, and these principles have been in due course incorporated into our environmental policy also. Environmental policy came in the year 1996, after that 2006. If you even could be able to read the 2006 environmental policy, it includes whatever the judgments which are pronounced, landmark judgments, and the major principles and the doctrines have been incorporated into our environmental policy regime. Precautionary principle. See, when there is an, just because there is a, what is this, non-availability of the evidences, we cannot able to proceed with this one. We can apply the precautionary principle and stop the project, because sometimes if a damage is being caused and which cannot be retrievable, means it will be a permanent damage. Because in that environmental law, which is more a criminal oriented, in the criminal orientation, we will be given the due importance for the witnesses and the evidences. And the scientific thing, you may not be having that much evidences, because science is going on developing it. So just because you are unable to prove, that does not mean it has been totally a disproved one. It was taken into consideration as yet to be proved. Taking that fact into consideration, the Supreme Court has said that you have to apply the precautionary principle. Based upon that, several projects have been stopped also, some of them permanently and some of them are tentatively also. Then similarly, the polluter pays principle. Polluter, one who is polluting, has to pay for that one. But that does not mean he is conferred with the right to pollute it. He has to take that maximum precautions. But because of the non-availability of the technology, or by way of what is this one, callous attitude or this and that, means if he has polluted in the later date, it was found, means he has to pay for that, whatever that the damages or whatever the pollution he has caused. And that amount will be recovered and it will be used for the purpose of retrieving back and to that original condition. Similarly, we are having that absolute liability. I can very proudly say that India is one among the country or a few countries where this absolute liability, even in the developed countries, we are having the strict liability, but where we are having the absolute liability, even because of that, and because the action of the God or action of the enemy countries or action of the terrorist, or without the knowledge somebody has done also, that occupier, without the knowledge of the occupier, somebody has meddled, again the occupier has got the vicarious responsibility to pay the compensation, and not only to the workers, even for the damage which is caused to that environment also. And we are having incorporated the sustainable development principle as well as the intergenerational equity also in our environmental policy. And for that, the Supreme Court has played an effective role for the emergence of a new regime also. But again, I can say that we are having a certain good amount of the legal regime is there, but still we cannot be able to achieve what that is the expected level of environmental cleanliness or the green. What is the reason means? Number one, that if you see that the environmental impact assessment, it is more a site specific or industry specific rather than the area specific also. Then again, we are not incorporating this economic value or the economic analysis along with that environmental impact assessment. And in fact, I can say that economic cost is not included in our waste disposal class. Now, slowly this area integrating this economics along with the enforcement is slowly an emerging one. And again, I can say in most of the developed countries, they are doing the policy EAA, but unfortunately, we are not doing the policy EAA because we have to first give that the social justice. After that, only we have to go for the economic justice. So when you see this one, there are several policies which are given by the government, which are more a social related one. And take, for example, even the free electricity. So if you subject this environmental policy, if this socially relevant policy for that environmental analysis, and again converting into that economic value of that one means certainly it will be very high for that one. But unfortunately, we are not doing that one. And again, we are not doing the carrying capacity. Individually, the industry may be within that limit. But if you could be able to see what is that area could be able to carry the total quantum of the pollutants, taking the various environmental or the meteorological aspects of that particular area. And after that, we must give the permission means it. But unfortunately, because most of the industries have already come and they started functioning, and in fact, prior to these environmental legislations, so now we cannot just like that close that industries because it will be leading to several socio-economic and political problems also. So unfortunately, in the newly emerging areas, we can do this. What is this sort of a carrying capacity? But already existing area, it is a very difficult to do this one. So again, this is one of the major problems. And again, we are having the eco mark, unlike the developed countries, which is not a mandatory in our country. Then if you go for that, take for example, this economic regime slowly emerging, we are not giving any economic incentives for any industry which is doing over and above about that, what is the limitations of the pollutant level. Say the 30 BOD, if the industry is reducing to 10 BOD or the 20 BOD, oh, it is a more environmental conscious. So let us give some sort of an incentive to the industries. Unfortunately, such type of the provisions are not available in our environmental legal regime. Again, that agricultural pollution, I can say, because agriculture is the backbone of our country. And sometimes even our agricultural practices are not that much environmental friendly. And that is also adding more quantum of the pollution. And if you touch those things, means it is a very, very sensitive one for that matter. Then I can finally say our laws are more litigation oriented rather than the management oriented. Management oriented means it will be avoiding several litigations. So we are anticipating, oh, these are all the problems could be able to arise it. Accordingly, we can put the various checks and balances. But unfortunately, whether our Indian tendency as well as our legal regime, which is more litigation oriented. Litigation oriented means once it has come, you are filing the case, going to the court, giving that affidavit, counter affidavit, examining the witnesses, cross-examining, re-examining, then like that, and the lower court, then higher court, single member, dual, like that. It is going on, continuing, and it takes several years also. This is the biggest drawback. If you could be able to use it as a management tool, so the attitude of the mind of the people have to be changed. Management tool means certainly these litigations can be avoided or averted. So then what is this one? The governmental policy also sometimes a little bit contradicting it, because I don't want to enlighten the thing. One or two few times they may be advocating because of obvious political reasons also. So finally, what we can say that we are in the process of, or we are in the process of proceeding in the right directions, and we are proceeding in the as much as possible in the quick way also. Take for example the e-waste disposals All these things, if we could able to see between 50 and 60, 60 and 70, like that means that every 10 years, if we could just make it as a yardstick, means certainly our development is a good development, and we are giving the adequate provision for the environmental protection also. Finally, in my opinion, I can say in order to have a clean and green environment, it is not only the 4 E's, but the 3 P's are very, very important one. What are those 3 P's means? Number one, public participation. Number two, that is the professional ethics. Number three is the political will. Without that political will, we cannot be able to have. And again, public participation. If the people are not participating, active participation, that is certainly the project will not come. You can see the several things. Because of the paucity of the time, I cannot be able to highlight it, why the public have opposed it. And several projects have been stopped because the public is not cooperating for that one. And in order to make them to cooperative, we must enlighten what are the good things. But unfortunately, some bad elements will enlighten that some negative aspects that may be an imaginary one, and that may not be the true one. They may be overtaking. With the result, people have got that mindset up. With the result, a project has been stopped also. Then the third one, I can say the professional ethics. That is the most important one. And whomsoever who is enforcing, not only that enforcing, whether we are in any of the professions related with this one, without seeing that legal aspects, we have to consider that the morality and the ethical aspects, and whatever the conscience says no, even though the legal regime is there, but still our conscience says no, it is not a good one, means we must follow our own ethics, and the morality means certainly we could be able to achieve the good environmental management. So I would like to record my sincere thanks to the organizers, because the time 7:10 I have started. Now it is almost 7:50, that Indian time. I have taken 10 minutes extra. The time allotted is 7 to 7:30, but we started at 7:10, 7:50. So 7:10 means 7:40 I would have been stopped, but they have not stopped me. So they have given 10 minutes grace time. And I would like to record my sincere thanks to the organizers of this conference for having given me this opportunity to be one of the keynote speaker. And secondly, I would like to extend my thanks for having extended the time 10 more minutes. And if you could be able to give a 10 hours also, I can go in detail about each and every aspects of the rules and regulations, what are the loopholes available, and how far these loopholes have been exploited by the groups. And after that, how it has been stopped also. But it is not proper to enlighten those things. And I wanted to give you more on the lighter side, not on the darker side. And I would like to extend my thanks to the, to the participants. I could be able to see nearly 46 participants are there. And as far as in India, in Tamil Nadu, the morning 7 o'clock, after that yesterday, a very grand festival. That is, people may not be waking up itself today, they will be at wake up at 8 o'clock, because continuously it is the 6 days holidays, puja holidays. So I could be able to see nearly 47 participants. I would like to extend my sincere thanks for not only giving your ears, but your minds for listening. If there is any provision for asking any questions, doubts, clarifications, suggestions, you are most welcome to ask me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. S. Ganapathy Venkata Subramanian. Next, welcome keynote speaker bio Dr. Bert J. Tuga, is the 11th president of the Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education. Prior to his current post, he has occupied the following positions in the university: Vice President for Finance and Administration, Vice President for University Relations and Advancement, and Campus Executive Director and Provost outside PNU. Dr. Tuga serves as Executive Director of the United Nations Association of the Philippines, board member of the Philippines Association for Teachers of Educational Foundations, and a member of the core team of the Asia Pacific Network on Global Citizenship Education. Let us welcome Dr. Bert J. Tuga.
To the organizers, presenters, and participants of the 7th GoGreen Summit, a pleasant day to everyone. It is my pleasure to share with you today the efforts of the Philippine Normal University Visayas on whole school approach to environmental education. As I begin my presentation, please allow me to share with you some basic information about PNU Visayas. This campus was established in 1968 and is located in Cadiz City, Negros Occidental in the Visayan region. It offers undergraduate and graduate programs in teacher education, including diploma and certificate in environment and green technology education. The campus is a Platinum Awardee for Good Environmental Governance awarded by the province of Negros Occidental and considered as the PNU hub for environment and green technology education. As I continue my presentation, please allow me to define environmental education. According to USEPA, environmental education is a process that allows individuals to explore environmental issues, engage in problem solving, and take action to improve the environment. As a result, individuals develop a deeper understanding of environmental issues and have the skills to make informed and responsible decisions. The components of environmental education are the following: awareness and sensitivity to the environment and environmental challenges, knowledge and understanding of the environment and environmental challenges, attitudes of concern for the environment and motivation to improve or maintain environmental quality, skills to identify and help resolve environmental challenges, and participation in activities that lead to the resolution of environmental challenges. According to Bora 2007, environmental education is a learning process that increases people's knowledge and awareness about the environment and associated challenges, develops the necessary skills and expertise to address the challenges, and foster attitudes, motivations, and commitments. Meanwhile, whole school approach is a proposed approach to global demands by seeking to incorporate a holistic approach in the learning process. The approach tries to engage different factors of school life, such as teaching practices and methods, curricular and extracurricular activities, administrative management and policies, school structures and relationships, as well as social action, to make informed decisions and take responsible actions. Based on literature, the framework of whole school approach includes the following components: curriculum, teaching and learning, school leadership, governance and environment, staff well-being and professional development, engagement of pupils, and engagement of parents, carers, families, and wider community. In the case of PNU Visayas, a higher education institution, and the hub for environment and green technology education, the whole school approach components can be characterized through its core functions of instruction or teaching, research, extension, and production. The framework of PNU Visayas as the hub for environment and green technology education is influenced and informed by various issues, policies, priorities, and directions at the local, national, regional, and global context or levels in the area of environmental education, environmental sustainability, protection and preservation, and environmental governance. The definition of environment and green technology education covers environmental science, human systems and the environment, and education and teaching. The operations of the campus through its core functions of curriculum and instruction, extension, research, and production is supported by leadership and governance, human resource training and development, organizational culture, and facilities and infrastructure. Environment and green technology education is expected to be embedded in the campus vision and mission and organizational culture. To concretely manifest the integration of environment and green technology education across the core functions of the university, the following programs were instituted. Under curriculum and instruction, the integration of environment and green technology education in the teacher education curriculum across components, the offering of diploma and certificate in teaching environment and green technology education, including electives, and the professional development and training program of faculty members and non-teaching staff on environment and green technology education. For research and publication, the inclusion of environment and green technology education in the campus research agenda, the conduct of commissioned and collaborative researches in environmental education, the establishment of research journal of environment and green technology education, and the conduct of research conferences on environment and green technology education and education for sustainable development. For extension and community services, the integration of environment and green technology education in the campus extension agenda, the implementation of extension programs related to environmental sustainability, environmental preservation and protection, and climate change mitigation, and the continuous community advocacy on environmental education. For administration, management, and production, the ISO 14001:2015 certification or environmental management system, the creation of a dedicated office or center for environment and green technology education, the formulation of campus policies related to environmental sustainability, such as the zero plastic policy, energy conservation, and green procurement, and the priority funding support for environmental education programs. All these programs and activities across the core functions of the campus, curriculum and instruction, research and publication, extension and community services, and administration and management lead to the promotion and fulfillment of the campus mandate as the hub for environment and green technology education, ensuring a whole school approach in the process. The transition of the campus into becoming a hub for environment and green technology education is not a walk in the park. There were several challenges in the process, such as professional competence of faculty members to deliver environmental education concepts in the curriculum, ownership of the community to the new or additional mandate of the campus, and insufficiency of resources. But there were also opportunities that helped us address those challenges, such as the availability of scholarships for faculty members, government funding and subsidy for environmental education initiatives, and interagency collaboration and partnership. The journey of PNU Visayas promoting environmental education through teacher education will continue as it expands its influence as hub for environment and green technology education. The small successes will form as bedrocks of bigger institutional advocacies to help address environmental and sustainability issues in the country. Thank you for listening, and I hope you found something valuable from this presentation. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Bert J. Tuga. Next, let's welcome keynote speaker bio Dr. Sangpul Bonsawat, founder and R&D Director, Virus Solution Group Private Limited, Australia, Vira Group Company, USA, Vira Technology, CA, USA, Energy Alps Corp Co. Limited, Thailand, Siam Polytech Co. Limited, and now opening Nepal Polytech or Siam Polytech Nepal, Regartech Malaysia, currently Harvard Business School HBS PhD Fellowship, Major Strategy and DBA Marketing, completed PhD in Environmental Engineering, Master degree in Industrial and Manufacturing Engineer from ASEAN Institution, of Technology, Thailand, Bachelor of Materials Science from Khon Kaen University, received awards from 2016 Shark Tank First ASEAN Passport Holder on the Show, 2016 Best Technology Innovation Award WAR, Plastic UK, and 2017 Worldwide Tech Developing USA, China, Malaysia, Thailand, Fiji, and Asia. Again, let's welcome Dr. Songpol Bunsawat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, GoGreen, to having me today. Can I share the screen, please? Jojo, can I share the screen? Right now it's disabled. Organizer, can you arrange the share screen for me, please? Still disabled. Can everybody hear me, please?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Right now, still cannot share the screen.
Hold on.
Thank you. So let me start on, let's say, the topics today is unfolding the concept of green technology to achieve zero emission, right? So plastic waste and other waste problems in this era, especially during the COVID-19, increased the lots of plastic materials to end up in landfill. I'm a garbage man. I'll tell you later why I'm thinking that I'm a garbage man. So I'm hoping that within the next 30 minutes from now on, I will change some of your ideas about what you think, lots of stuff in your life that have been called waste. Because I don't believe in that is the waste base of really exist. Can everybody see my screen, please? Okay. So the topics today is for me to speak. Thank you very much for the 7th GoGreen Summit. Thank you for having me here today. I would like to present on the implementation of the proposed disposal treatment technology for waste plastic and the development of waste collection protocol during COVID-19 pandemic. I'm showing this video, I will just give you some introduction about what I'm thinking about plastic waste these days. So actually, I'm calling myself the garbage man because I don't really believe in the waste that really exists. Waste, even including plastic waste, organic waste, whatever waste, it's just something that someone doesn't want it during that moment. And if there is something that someone wanted, they were just saying that they own it or they, it belongs to them, right? So I would like to start it from the very beginning of the most critical material that has become a serious global problem. I'm calling it serious global problems because in every country that I go to, it doesn't matter how civilized the country is, there's still a big pile of this kind of waste, which is called plastic. I'm saying that plastic, there is a good things about it because it is the incredible substance that's designed for growing in the economic. However, it is the worst substance possible to exist and end up in an environment. Is that true? Yes, it's true. The worst thing about plastic is that as soon as it hits the environment and it becomes smaller and gets smaller, it never stops becoming plastic. It will retain and remain as a plastic as it was since day one. But it might take up to 400 years to get disposed. We will call this probably we don't see it with our own eyes. It becomes nanoplastic, and we are aware now it's nanoplastic. It's very, very small particles, and it's carrying out like it can go into our skin, it can go into our respiratory system. And how now? Why plastic waste is a huge global problem? Because just only one reason. The reason behind this because there is no existing or the implementation of the proper waste plastic disposal treatment. That's the only key. We still seeing this end up in the ocean just because it's not because of people not throwing the garbage or plastic in the garbage bin. We seeing this from the video because there is none proper waste disposal treatment for plastic. Plastic is not designed for ending up in landfill. Neither it's not designed for end up in incinerator. Landfill, it used to be the good place and easy and simplest technique that used to dispose organic waste. Plastic, it's not organic. It takes up to 450 years to start decomposed or decompose, like if it's thin or more surface to react to the oxygens and whatever. It takes long time. And if we put the plastic in incineration to gain power, it creates lots of toxic gases. Both solutions that we are looking at it right now, that we have been using it in developed country, in the high population country, in wherever in the world. Plastic is everywhere, as mentioned in the video. There is nothing else implemented as the solution for taking care of this. Actually, lots of researchers try to tackle these problems by implementing the strategy to control how you produce plastic, how we reduce plastic by recycle it. The recycling rate is really low. It's only 5 to 15%. I never heard anything more than 15% ever before in any country. I have since we have lots of waste disposal plants all around the world, we don't experience that any countries that have some spot that have less plastic or whatever, because most of the plastic we're still seeing it everywhere in a big pile too. Why plastic is a huge global problem? It's because there isn't yet implementation, right? That's correct. I already said it. It's also create a secondary pollution, not just waste. Since it's been produced, we create pollution already. We use it, it creates pollution already. When it end up in nature, it also creates a pollution also, right? So now, not just waste, it is incredible substances designed for growing economy, as I said, but it's worse substance for the environment. The worst thing about plastic, as soon as it hits the environment, that will be soon we're gonna hit the human and health. We are aware now that nanoplastic is a very, very small particle carrying the negative charges, right? It can go straight to the pores of your skin and can go into your respiratory or digestion system, like the fish that we just saw from the last video. The bad news is that it goes straight to the blood-brain barrier, and then later on we get sick, which is not ideal. That I'm want to be involved in. The situation right now, emerging issue of plastic waste, plus the other time we have still problems too, because we don't have a proper disposal treatment or the recovery treatment for those materials, or those type of waste too. This is the global problems with no solution. Is that true? I don't think so. I have studied in environmental engineering for my PhD. I tried many ways just to get the implementation going okay for all country. So I went down the path to get another DBA just to get the business part to help me out on this. It didn't still work because there is another things that have to be a perfect mixture of all this involvement, which is, I think it's a global public policy to control, because right now in every country they think they have their own power to taking care of all this, but it's not in the right way. So this is why we are still seeing our waste everywhere. So the combination of let's say knowledge, know-how, let's say public policy making, the good technology, what else? The business part, because it has to involve lots of investment and return of investment, right? So I would say that there is no complete suitable technology that we think that we can continue choosing some options that we have. To close the entire loop of plastic waste is actually need to adopt a suitable technology. Suitable technology, which is I will present you later, that can be claimed as appropriate for plastic waste disposal only, especially for plastic. In generally, recycling plastic, I told you, is limited to 5 to 7 times averages, but the maximum, the number that I used to see in Japan was 15%. And not all plastic can be recycled neither. There are more than 8 types of plastic right now. As you can see, you probably see the number 1 ranking 1 to 7. However, there is the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 type of plastic came out already, but it's included in the number 7, which is other plastic. Global recycling let's say it's not improved from number 6% to 9%. It's limited to the the so-called recyclable round 5 to 7 times only. The investment into plastic recycle is too costly too. Comparing to the buying, if you can buy the new plastic for your purpose of using, it's still cheaper. So we always decide to go for the cheaper one, right? There's economic growth, but environmentally, like just going down. Plastic cannot break down naturally. It has to be in the perfect or in the optimum circumstances before it can start degraded. Therefore, the landfill is a common solution adopted worldwide. Plus, it causes secondary pollution, as it is not biodegradable. Even it's biodegradable plastic is still taking time, and it's not going to be 100% like degraded. So the environmental problems occur, marine pollution is occur, incineration, as I told. It's a traditional solution. It's fit only for a very dirty rubbish or let's say the waste from hospital, like something that we don't want to touch. That's why we burned it. That's the acceptable reason. But if you put everything that, like plastic waste bottle, everything we just burn to get energy, I don't think it's suitable for that, because let's say it releases toxic gases and also PM 2.5. But we don't start really realize it, because the air control pollution at the Department of Environmental, they don't even feel it yet. In some country, for my country, I'm from Thailand, but I work in Malaysia and US. It say that the air pollution standard, it's not even mentioned about the the emission from plastic waste as the small molecule after burnt. So it causes a serious air pollution. One, it's the incineration has been used with plastics. All these pictures is from several locations that I've been to. The first one is from Maldives. This one is from Nepal. The third one is from somewhere near Nepal border to India. All these two at the bottom is from, can you guess? Developed country, New York City during COVID-19. So what is the Waste 2.0? It's just the waste management scheme to be used towards 2050. As the world population generate 2.01 billion tons per year of the municipal solid waste annually. And let's say let's say we're talking about the least amount that can be occur in that amount is 18 to 21% of what? Of the total amount of MSW will be plastic. So unless we take an urgent action, the global global waste will be increased to 70% to 3.4 billion tons by 2050. That number is just for 1 year. I'm trying to lead everybody here to notice that the technology has to be involved. Technology has to be implemented already. Right now, we're looking at the chart that is the overview of available waste disposal technology worldwide. It's just only this scope. We put energy in, we put the material in, we have municipal solid waste in. What else can we do? We have the waste management activity, which is waste collection, material recovery, composting it, combustion, and landfill. All this five has been used for at least 50 years since, let's say 1950 or 1960. During that era, that plastic waste has become like really starting to become popular. The only thing that has been generated right now is electricity, gas, heat, compost, and recyclable material, and it emits air emission, water releases, solid waste. Thank you, Dr. Paramesha. I will come back for your question later, sir. Okay, so the implementation of the technology is that right now I have several projects in Nepal, Malaysia, and also in the Australia and US as well. We have invented the technology called smart waste disposal treatment, which is the integrated lots of technologies to to deal, starting from waste separation, and after that we put each of the materials or each of the type of the waste into the right path. So something that it can be burnt, we take it to incinerator, which is like agricultural waste, whatever. We can make fertilizer. We can do protein from insect by feeding insect, which is a black soldier fly, with the waste, organic waste that we have. We can separate all the plastic waste for recycle or for recoverable recovery. Yeah, plastic. After we will talk about plastic after we recover it by using the pyrolysis, smart pyrolysis. We then separate as the portion that cannot be, which is like sometimes the plastic waste can come with other materials too. We will just send it for recycle and separate it for further, let's say RDF fuels or whatever, but it will contain less plastic than the others. The implementation of the smart design, we put in the system. We have smart pyrolysis turn plastic into petroleum-based product. We have non-condensable gas, which we recirculate back for the feeding the furnace to keep the process going with the lower input energy. We're making process low cost and produce less emission, and also we have the AI to learn and observe that the incoming materials, how wet it is, what is it containing high humidity, or is it contain other let's say toxicant elements, let's say batteries or whatever that come into the waste stream. We integrated all this technology all together, and then we can power generation up for 1 ton of plastic can generate like 1 megawatt hour, which is can be used for 1,000 homes. Comparing to waste to energy, that require like lots of input material. Let's say we want to produce 1 megawatt, we probably require like all municipal solid waste, let's say for the big chunk, approximately I think up to 400 tons. 400 tons is for 1 megawatt. So this is a sample image that I'm showing that we have plants already exist in several countries. We successfully developed the AI and artificial intelligence system to control how we cooked it. I would say cooked because it has all the material has to be in the container, and then we heat it up using the control environment to let's say design, produce, process for the designed product that we wish. But it has to sacrifice in exchange with the yield that we get. Let's say we want the fuel oil, which is the lowest quality in the petroleum based fuels in their ranking. We will have high yield. But if we want something cleaner or ready to use with the car or motorcycle, we can say that we probably have to sacrifice with the yield, like let's say at least 16 to 21%. This is how we progress on it. We can design the programs of the computer programs to make it look like it works like a microwave. We can program it, and then we can decide like what product at the end of the process that we wish it to be. Let's say today we want the gasoline, we just produce this. Today we want let's say diesel, we will produce this. And then someday that we want to have like kerosene, we go upper level. It's going to be clearer. Or if we want the lower standard, like let's say fuel oil just for the big boat or whatever, we can create a darker one. So this is one of no distillation. The smart design also include that how do we make a decision on we're gonna handle organic waste, which is the food waste. In 2012, we won the award in Thailand as well to produce the fertilizers from organic waste, which is the food waste. We have a unique recipe which has been already patented. We get from this picture, as you can see. What do you think it is plants growing? What is it? It's rice. Have you ever seen the rice grow that high? The rice farm that we grow, that we use all this organic waste, it has a rich in nutrition to grow any of the any of plants, and it can be applied to any of agriculture activities. It gives more. The result, as you can see, it gives more. Give more possibility to create more let's say create more product. Let's say we have like triple the amount of rice that we can produce in just one acre. We also dip with the trees, like the fruit trees like Logan, and also other plants as well. So it is just good let's say good materials of food utilization, not just like someone eat and then just throw it away. It has some value in it. We sell at roughly I think 3 cents per kilogram. Yep. Implementation of the smart design, we also have some partial of the organic waste, which is still good. Let's say food waste from hospital, food waste from hotel, food waste from school, from the big organization that have like leftover food. We use that food waste to farm the black soldier fly before we can sell the black soldier fly to make a protein later. After we make a protein out of the black soldier fly already, we can use that protein to produce the animal food. So it's going sequence. Lately in USA, since the COVID-19 hit, for myself and my team, we create a waste collection scheme. So one of that is to protect the waste collector. We create a smart bin that contains, let's say, the functions that can kill viruses, can kill bacteria as well, just to keep them safe. Because during 2020, during those years, New York City was the a very first place that have a high numbers in the people who get infected by COVID-19. and let's say 95% of the West worker, they all got sick and infected by COVID-19. Some die, unfortunately. So we came up with the idea that we're gonna do the public waste bin. Since those years, people not going out of the home so much, so they create more waste. Lots of single-use plastic has been very popular, extremely like triple or 4 times more than it used to be in New York City. So we have the programs and award, let's say, contract awarded by New York City Council, and then we have a chance to start our journey in US by creating the smart bin tech. We also have a CSR program with all the big brand. In US, it's quite open for anyone who can invented some of the good technology for human. So for myself, Wicotech, we have like 2 branches, one in US, one in Malaysia. So we thought it's a good time just to join the ride, like, you know, take the COVID-19 wave and try to invent something to protect more people. I think that's all for implementation today. If are there any questions, please, Kylie. I'm happy to answer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time today too.
Thank you, Dr. Sangpol Bonsawat. Next, we would like to welcome keynote speaker bio Dr. Wafik Nasir, member of the World Congress for Environment, environmental engineering consultant, has many publications in the sustainable development, especially with the environment, work in the first solar energy corporation at Egypt that was established by company Honeywell since 1983, but petroleum sector planning and follow-up manager at 3 main companies at Egypt, and many international companies such as Arthur and Center Consultant Firm and Coca-Cola as projects and environmental manager, project manager of the National Project of Egypt on year 2000 called Toshka, have participated in many international conferences inside and outside Egypt, especially the World Congress for the Environment, that have represented Egypt as a freelancer 9 times. Lately was at the Washington, D.C., California, Portland and Florida, USA, and France, and Turkey, and UK, and Denmark, Dubai, China, and Thailand. Founder and owner of Egyptian Modern Center, or known as EMC, which is an environmental engineering consultation firm that is trying to find its way in a polluted environment. Again, let's welcome Dr. Wafik Nasir.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you please open the share for me?
Hold on, sir. You already have co-host access. Please share your screen.
Well, can you see my presentation now, or you don't?
No, sir.
Well, I opened the screen, but I don't know which. This moment. as usual, is not happening. Okay, I will talk and maybe I'll figure out how to share the screen. I don't know why it's not shared. Anyway, I'm going to talk to you now about the environment, not from a particular issue, but from all issues of the environment. First of all, let me give you an idea about the World Congress for the Environment. We are a bunch of scientists from all over the world, and we try to figure out the problems and try to solve it with decision makers of the governments as well, and give our advices about it. In general, we are facing a lot of problems for the environment, if you agree with me. And starting of the mother of all problems is population increase. In 200 years, we have increased from 1 billion to 8 billion. So are we recognizing this huge increase in the very short time? So I think that, this is the mother of all problems for our environment. Let me give you an idea about the environments in general that we, the problems that we are facing. And starting from reaching our planet Earth, we're going to face the first problem, which is space debris. Have we imagined how much huge waste surrounding our planet nowadays because of satellites, because of crashed spacecraft, and lots of these debris are a problem now in our space. So before just reaching our planet, we have a problem on space. So starting from this problem, we will reach the space, the Earth. So the Earth has a huge major problem nowadays, which is called the global warming. The global warming, as you all know, that it's done by the fossil fuel excessive usage. And this happens in parallel with a population increase from 200 years ago with the industrial revolution. So the fossil fuel has a major impact now on our planet, and we have to act fast because the temperature of the planet is going more than 1.5 degree, which is the limits that we will discuss 1st of November on the global warming climate change summit in Glasgow at UK. And of course, countries should agree this time, not like the Paris Agreement in 2015. So we have to put a limit to that major problem affecting all of us. And by the way, the virus is spread fast with air pollution as well. A part of the environment degradation in general is the effect of creating viruses. And I don't think that COVID-19 will be the last one if we don't act now. So there are 100 ways of drawing down this global warming effect. One of them is to use renewable energy. It's a simple fact, yani. And there are a lot of technology nowadays that we don't use because the producer, the oil producer, are affecting our politics. Let's be fair. Let's tackle the problem from its origin. And plastic, as the doctor was mentioning in the previous presentation, is one of the oil products. So this is a very major effect. We come now to the water. The water is, fresh water is decreasing, and to get the seawater or the ocean water suitable for usage and drink and agriculture will be very expensive. So we have to, with the global warming effect also, that we could have desertification and water problem everywhere. A part of the pollution in the water that comes again from the population increase. So we have to take care about this problem too. The forests, we have seen the forest fires all over the world recently, and in Greece just a few months ago, with the global warming also, that it's very hard to put the fire down. After the fire extinguisher try to stop it, and it is flammable again, and the fire start again. They have seen this problem. The forests of Brazil and Siberia and Australia, all these are the lungs of our planet. We, of course, depend on a part of the ocean that to produce the oxygen we need. So the forest has to have protection, for international protection from all the countries. And this also will be one of the items of the global environmental agreement that we are planning to make for the whole world. Not just the agreement for the global warming agreement that will be in November, is just the start of the global environmental agreement that should include everything. And forests, very important issue. A part of producing our oxygen and taking our CO2, it protects our biodiversity. So the biodiversity is very important issue, and we have seen China. I've been joining the Chinese international summit for the biodiversity a few days ago, and the biodiversity is threatened. A lot of species are disappearing from our world, and we should take care about. Of course, the energy has to be developed for our better environment, and we should really decrease the usage of the fossil fuel in general, especially coal and oil. China has pronounced lately that they will not fund any coal power plant outside of China. So the question which I raised in the Chinese television recently when they came to my house to interview with me, and I told them it's very good announcement, but what about the power plants inside China itself? So the answer was that they have changed the whole declaration, constitution, and they put the environment issues in the constitution lately. So China in the track of a better environment, and because of China now is one of the economic global booming. So together with USA and India and of course all the countries, we should try to really consider using better energy sources. There are a lot of sources, part of the solar and the wind, and many other sources are developed nowadays. So one of them that Egypt is thinking about lately is green hydrogen. So the green hydrogen is booming nowadays, and we try to use it as well. Of course, the hydrogen has no colors, but we call it green because it is produced from water. Other types of hydrogen production comes from oil sources. So it has a lot of side effects. So the green energy is the best one. Nowadays, we have seen also development of weapons. So this also has to be under observation, and we should think carefully of what weapons we should use, even in wars. Otherwise, we will be in a mess. And nuclear power, by the way, power plants are spreading all over the world. Egypt in the way to make one, and Arab countries, many Arab countries, a part of Iran. So what could be underneath of a nuclear power plant, of a nuclear weapon or bomb? So are we aware of that, or will we put a limitation to this nuclear bombs and power plants in general? This we heard lately or a few days ago on the speech of the Secretary of the United Nations, General Secretary, who said we have to put a limit to the nuclear power plants. So Germany was one of the countries that did that fast, and they are turning to renewable energy fast, and we hope all the countries will follow. The technology in general is good. New technology is good, but has to be under observation. What could we develop in our, because the technology can be a two-edged weapon, and we could destroy ourselves by our technology. So this also has to be under observation. I'm talking here all the time saying we, because it's only one planet, and whatever the country name, we all share the one atmosphere and one earth, and water is connected and everything is connected. So the environment has no boundaries. So we should think of the term that we act together. Otherwise, we will always be in a struggle of competing with each other, and the competition goes fast to the technology, and the technology also develop weapons, and the last thing will be to think about is the environment. So we are having lots of waste, and the doctor in the previous presentation have shown us the waste we are facing, and that increasing tremendously, and especially plastic, of course, undegradable, and how we are going to tackle these problems together again. It's not USA or any particular country. It's the world has to share all the environmental issues without any boundaries. That we all have to sign a global environmental agreement of what should we do. Otherwise, we will face a bad future. It's already, the UN has already announced lately that the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, have announced that red code for humanity. So we already are facing the danger in the horizon. So are we going to act now or never? And another species will occupy the planet Earth and take care of it instead of the humans. So we have seen that in the past million years by the dinosaurs when they vanished by an attack of asteroids that destroyed the planet. So what are we this is another issue of our problems. How we gonna act if an asteroid hit the planet? And this also has to be developed of a system in space to observe our asteroids and also find a way to redirect its directions away of our planet, or try to destroy it before it hit the Earth. So this is one of the issues that should be in the global environmental agreement. I have talked about the biodiversity, and the biodiversity is very important issue with the global warming, that a lot of species and a lot of agriculture also will be affected. So immigration of species or distinguish it should be a very important issue that we think about today. Otherwise, we will wake up then one day, and there will be no elephant, for example, or no tigers, and a lot of species will be vanished, and we should take care about. Also, the type of agriculture that we are changing in Egypt and in many countries because of the global warming. We have the sea rising level, and the beaches are affected in Egypt, and also the groundwater is became more salty, and we have to change agriculture in the delta and in many areas. I have talked about the viruses, and the viruses, in my opinion, and lots of scientists also think that a part of the conspiracy theory, or who did it, or whatever, we think that the environmental degradation is a major effect of reducing the human immunity and creating the viruses, or make the viruses that already there in our planet stronger. And also this can happen with North and South poles, where it is melting now, and there may be hidden viruses from millions of years there, and it will show up to our atmosphere. So viruses are going in the opposite direction with the environment. The environmental degradation increases viruses. So we have to take this into consideration. Otherwise, we'll be defeating the byproduct, which is a virus, and neglecting the source, which is the environment. So we have to start from creating a better environment first, and then looking after the current virus and the coming viruses. All what I have said can be summarized in what is called the sustainable development. The sustainable development is just a term that we are used, and it is common in our presentations, but actually it's not affected, it's not implemented right. In many societies, not in many, in all of our countries, we are not using the right term as it should for the sustainable development. And let me summarize in the triangle that we all know about, which is in front of me now, but I'm sorry that my presentation have not shown up to you. But the triangle that we all know, which is the environment and the economy and the society. The three triangle poles have to be implemented right. The environment we have talked about, but the environment will not be implemented right without a better economy for the country. A country that its economy is down will not ever think about the environment. Besides countries like in the Middle East, there are many countries that has wars, and the environment there is terrible. So the environment has to come together with the economy, and the economy will never be implemented also without a population control. There are a lot of countries, especially like Egypt, whenever we try to get a better economy by our government nowadays, it is eaten by the increase of population. So, we have to take care about this in parallel. And here comes the third pole of the triangle, which is the society. The society, if we all put our problems aside when we talk about the environment and all the competitions between the society, starting of religions and economic competitions and whatever else that should be put aside when we start to talk about the environment. And this also should include all countries when we start to talk about the environment, because the environment is affecting every and each person of us. So we have to act together, and this is my last message in this presentation that I hope you will like. And the start of the global efforts will be hopefully 1st of November on the climate change summit that will be in Glasgow in UK. And from there, I hope that we will all sign the agreements that we will implement for the global warming, not like what happened with the Paris Agreement when USA withdrew and many other countries followed. So start from 1st of November will be the start of one of the major issue of the global environmental agreement that we should all sign and implement for the sake of our life, for the sake of the only planet that we can live on so far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wafik Nasir. Next, let's welcome keynote speaker Bayashri Shrigumi Dharman Vijayan, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, World Parliament Government, Founder Director of Raytran Technologies Private Limited, Consultant at Defense Electronic Fencing and Security Systems Limited Director, India, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Africa, Director of Global Midas Group. Let's welcome Sri Srigomi Dharman Vijayan. Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So I thought there is a problem in audio. So thanks to all, and thanks to organizers of GoGreen Summit, which has given me this opportunity to share my views also. I won't discuss about the data and information about environment and all those things. We have some solutions. Before that, I would like to put my perspective of environment and the problem we are discussing now. So what is pollution? Because we are discussing all these things because of we are affected by pollution, and we have almost killed this planet. So now we are very much hopeful that with our solutions we can revive this planet, and the coming generations will see the surroundings, environment, all those things what we had seen in our childhood, or our generations before us had seen those things. So we in Indian philosophy, we consider ourselves as part of nature. Whereas this modern science that has given us an impression that we are the controller of nature, we can control the nature. But we in Indian philosophy, we always had considered ourselves as part of nature. And so what is the pollution? When we extract more than our requirement from the nature, that is pollution. We create wealth, and wealth that gets converted into waste at one time. Nature has no concept of waste. You would have never seen the waste in the nature. Everything gets decomposed and gets recycled and gets new formation. We humans only have created this waste. We created wealth, and that got converted into waste. And one thing is there, whatever we are taking from the nature, if we return that thing back to the nature, there will be no waste. What we have done, we have extracted from the nature lots of things, and we have dumped on the surface. We have not returned it back to the nature. That caused a big pollution issue. And we have some solutions. We believe that it's a fact that 5 elements are the source of life on the earth. Earth, fire, water, and cosmic energy, and air. We all are made of these five elements. If we take off these elements from our body, there will be nothing. There will be zero. So we had worked on this, and pollution is what we are being affected by right now is water pollution, air pollution, and soil pollution. These 3 things are affecting. And the 4th pollution that is in our mind, that is within us. That what I had said, that when we extract more from the nature than our requirement, that the problem of pollution gets started from there. So we had worked upon water issue. So through water, we can mitigate the pollution issue as a whole. Water pollution also, soil pollution also, and air pollution also. It's a very unique technology that has been invented by my colleagues. That is Vedic solution to regenerate the water bodies. Now, why we have taken water? Because if there is no water, there is no life. We cannot even breathe also if we take the water vapor out of the air. So water is the most essential part of these 5 elements. Hello? Yeah. So what we do, we all know that 70%, around 70% of this planet is water. And 3% is of that is potable water, drinkable water. But almost 2% is that is been accumulated in the glaciers, South Pole, North Pole, and other glaciers. So that leaves only 1% of the water for us that is drinkable. And where is that 1% water is there? That is in the surface water bodies. That is rivers, lakes, ponds, canals, and all those things. Even wells also, you can say. But I will not be covering that part. So that also gets polluted. What we humans are doing, we are creating waste, around 33 liters of waste per person, and that is polluting the water bodies. So what is happening when these water bodies are getting polluted? That leaves us with a scarcity of potable water. And we, as I told, my friends have invented some formula. So what is dead water body and what is natural water body? There are two kinds of water bodies on the planet. One is surface water body that I have already mentioned, like rivers, canals, and all those things. The second water body is underground aquifers. The water is there present in the whole of Earth. Below the Earth, there is water. And these, in natural water bodies, these two water bodies are connected. Underground aquifers also, and surface water. Like in, you go to a source of a river, like I can give an example of river Ganges, Ganga. Where it is coming, you just put your two hands there, the stream will stop. Only little bit flow is coming out of that. And to thousands of kilometers it's going on, and with a width of few kilometers also. So from where this water is coming, actually all these natural bodies are connected with the underground aquifers, where this river always flows in a zigzag manner. So wherever it's get connected with the underground aquifer, it changes its course. And when this pollution happens, that base of these water bodies that gets choked. Like I have told, we humans are creating lots of waste, around 33 liters per day per human being. We are creating that waste. So nature has a self-healing process. But what is happening? We are creating more waste than the capacity of the nature or water bodies to heal itself. So we have seen the dead water bodies. I won't go into the details of scientific details and the process, how it is happening. I will just share the results, and whosoever is interested, I can share the details also personally or through email, or I will hand over all the information to the organizers. They can share it with you all. So what we have practically done, we had worked on some dead water bodies. Dead water means the bottom is choked with the sludge and the surface is choked with the weeds and algae. And I have seen lots of technologies worldwide. Some people claim that they can clean the wastewater. Some people say that they can clean the weeds. Some people claim that they can do away with the algae. The foul smell will not be there. But we have got only one single treatment and multiple solutions. We have some extract of around thousands of herbs. It's a different combination for the each water body. We treat it instead on the basis of Ayurveda. Like Ayurveda treats each human body in a different way, because each that this that doesn't generalize the treatment like other therapies, like modern therapy, is allopathy. So we have got around that combination of thousands of herbs. We use that according to the pollution level in the water body and what the kind of pollutions in the water body. We decide the combinations and the quantity, and we treat these water bodies. What happens when we simply use that solution into the fresh water and we release that fresh water into the water body, and within a 2-3 days, that smell, that stinking smell, which was going up to a few kilometers also, that will go away. And within a week, this algae will be getting decomposed, and weeds also will be getting decomposed. No need to take it out. It will get recycled. It will get decomposed and it will be converted into a food chain. So, and photosynthesis, as the water surface will be getting cleared, the photosynthesis will start happening in the water body. So water will be getting converted into a live water body, this water body. Earlier on, this was a dead water body. Dead water body means the bottom was choked. It was not connected with the underground aquifer. And the surface was choked with the weeds, and so no sunlight was going into the water body. So no photosynthesis was happening, and the ecology of the water was totally disturbed. So with our treatment, as I told, the smell goes away. Water, the color of water gets clean, and the foul smell goes away, and this weeds and all those things goes away, and that gets decomposed, and that is eaten by the microorganism present in the water body, and that gets in the process that gets consumed by the crabs, fishes, and all those things, and the excreta of that fish and all those things, that again gets consumed by microbes and all those things. So there is a food chain happening. Food chain starts happening in the water body, and this sludge also, that also gets converted into the food chain. Now below that sludge there is a silt, and silt, what we do normally, we do the dredging work in the water bodies, and we take away that silt also. We should not take that silt away, because that is a natural phenomena. That silt, what happens, this water, what we feel that water flows in a straight way. This is not so. Water flows in a spiral way. So it keeps on grinding the bottom of the water body. So that nanoparticles gets created, and through soil capillaries, that means this silt that opens up the choked, like in a choked pipe, you put some chemicals that opens up the mouth of the pipe. So the same thing the silt does with the water body. It connects underground aquifer with the surface water body. So what happens? Water travels from high concentration to low concentration. So when there is rainfall and too much water is there, that water goes to the underground aquifers and it recharges that underground aquifer. And when there is summertime, there is hot season, this underground aquifer water that comes up to the surface water body. So around the year, water is there. What we had also seen in our childhood. Now, obviously, water bodies goes dry and there is no water in the water bodies in summer season. So that thing we have seen practical also, we have done practical also. In Punjab, we have done the same thing. So in that way, we can control these floods also. If we do it in a big way, we can control the floods also because the connection has been created or recreated in the water body, so that when the water is too much in the surface body, that water will not overflow, rather that will go down to the underground aquifer and it will recharge the underground aquifer. And this water, and one more thing, the oxygen content of in this water that gets so high, and that water releases that oxygen to the air, and that purifies air also. And the surface of water body is positively charged, and the air, the particular matter in the air, that is negatively charged. All these natural water bodies, what they does, they attract the particular matter from the air, and that they absorb the pollution. So all these natural water bodies are mitigating the air pollution in a natural way. So when these water bodies get into the get converted into dead water, that process stops. So by rejuvenating these water bodies, this automatically, this nature that does, we don't do that. Nature automatically does it, start this process, and these water bodies that depollutes the air. So we have got solution for the water body, and this water body in the process that cleans the air also. And when we use this same water for the agriculture purpose, without chemical, without fertilizer, without pesticide, we get the equal amount of yield what we were getting with the use of fertilizers and all those things. In our country, these fertilizers and all those things were introduced, and now what has happened in Punjab, what we are witnessing, the soil has been totally poisoned. It has been toxic. It has become very toxic. And people are suffering from lots of diseases. Even a train there is now being called Cancer Express. That kind of problem is there. So with the same water, when we are using this in agriculture, we don't have to use this pesticide, fertilizer, anything. But you must have seen in jungle or in open areas, when the rainy season is there, the natural vegetation is there. You don't put any chemicals, you don't put any fertilizer there, you don't put any pesticides there. Naturally it comes, it grows. The same water we are giving you 365 days around the year. So you get the pure things, and you don't, in organic, this logic is given that that yield would be 40% less. So cost of organic products are more. Whereas in jungle or in rural areas, people are getting this organic pure things from the nature for free of cost or with little bit of paying money. But in urban areas, we are getting the same thing for exorbitant cost, 10 times, 20 times also, in the name of organic products. But if we are using this thing, this same water, we don't have to use fertilizer, chemical, and pesticide. And whatever I'm saying, we have got the proof of all those things. We have done a lot of research also, and we are the only player in the planet who have got this technology. And we have to establish this technology worldwide. So when you are getting the agriculture produce without any chemicals, fertilizer, and pesticide, so that means the need of pharmaceutical also will be less, because we are getting the pure things from the nature. And one more thing, when your air is pure, daily we have got 1024 water bodies, and we are trying to regenerate all those water bodies by getting MOU with this Delhi government. So what will happen? We claim that Delhi will have no pollution. It's a big thing. What I'm saying, there will be no air pollution, or it will be at the minimum level. These water bodies will depollute the air, and so very soon we will be taking the project of Yamuna River also in Delhi. That is a stretch of 12 to 24 kilometers. The Central Pollution Control Board says it cannot be, it's a dead water, it cannot be revived. But we can make it clean within a month. And we need at least 12 months to totally clean it, because in 12 months, this connect of underground aquifer and surface water body will be established. And if we are not putting waste again, it will be clean for few years. Again, in natural process, it will get polluted. But we can treat the source of pollution also. Whatever the source we are putting, we can clean that also. And we will be doing that. So when your air is clean, even when your soil is clean, and your water is clean, so when you do it in a very big way, you can reverse the global warming also. That is our claim, and that is very scientific, because we are not saying anything. Nature has proved. Nature is doing that. We are not doing it. We have only initiated the process. The rest of the things nature will be doing. So a big solution for all these things, global warming also. And one more thing is there. This underground aquifers, they work as a cushion when this earthquake is happening. So they act as shock absorber. And we have depleted this underground aquifers up to 21%. Through this technology, underground aquifers are getting recharged, not through this rainwater harvesting. Through rainwater harvesting, only soil is getting moisturized, and that is helpful for the plantation. That is not recharging the underground aquifers. So when underground aquifer is recharged, when earthquake comes, the intensity of this earthquake will not get transferred to the surface in that quantity what we are facing now, because we have depleted the underground aquifers. So with this simple technology, we are getting solution for air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, and we can control the intensity of floods. Plus, we can control the intensity of earthquake also. Plus, one more benefit is there. The oxygen content that goes too much high into the water bodies, that aquaculture in that water body, we can take up to 10 times growth in the fisheries or other things. So that would be a big help for the food chain also. Plus, we are getting food free from the chemicals, fertilizers, all those things. So health improvement also will be there. Mental health also will be improved. Physical health also will be improved. So now whatever I have said, I will share the details, the organizers, and whosoever are interested can take those things, can take those information from the organizers. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, I'm finished.
Thank you, Dr. Wafik Nasir. Sorry. Sorry, I mean Sri Gomi Darman Vijayan. Next, let's welcome keynote speaker Dr. Purushottam Dewang. Has completed MSc Chemistry and PhD 2002 on design and synthesis of natural products, monoterpenoids-based biologically active molecules. His specialty lies in design, synthesis, and development of novel molecules formulations. After completing PhD, he worked as a scientist in foreign countries for about 8 years, returned back to India in August 2010, then worked with American companies and a drug discovery projects in the capacity as a senior level scientist with Bangalore-based biotech company Jubilant Biosys Limited. His career as a scientist has been very successful. He is co-author of 30 plus research papers and 10 plus patents on development of novel bioactive molecules. It is proud to emphasize that Dr. Purushottam is co-inventor of 2 new anti-cancer drug candidates, namely ASN001 and ASN007 that are approved by US FDA for clinical trials in USA. Dr. Purushottam founded Crop G1 Agro Research and Development Private Limited in Bangalore in 2012 with the aim to develop organic alternatives to chemical inputs of pest, disease, and nutrition management in agricultural practices. The company Crop G1 has been working towards development of novel agricultural inputs aimed towards reduction of use of toxic carcinogenic chemicals in agriculture. Crop G1 has developed several effective and unique organic agricultural inputs of pest, disease, and growth management. Crop G1's innovative products include capsules of the biofertilizers, sustained release powder formulations for pheromone lures, new biostimulants, biopesticides, plant growth promoters, biofungicides, antiviral formulation. Crop G1 has been recently awarded with a research grant of 5 million Indian rupees by the Department of Biotechnology under BIRAC-BIG for development of innovative products for sustainable and eco-friendly agriculture. Again, let's welcome Dr. Purushottam Dewang.
Thank you, Jojo. I hope that I'm audible to you and everybody. Am I audible to you? Yeah, okay, very good to know that. Just was making sure. Could you enable my screen sharing so that I can share the slides?
Hold on, sir. All right, we have given co-host access. Go ahead and share your screen, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will like to know from you whether my screen is visible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Jojo, my screen is visible. I am audible. So we are set to go. Okay. And my greetings, heartful greetings to everybody across the globe and those who are in a different countries with respect to their timings. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Thank you very much. So today we are going to, this is a great opportunity to speak on to 7th GoGreen Summit 2021. And we are going to discuss a very important aspect of Go Green. See, the green environment, society, economy, all these should go into hand in hand. And the most impactful factor that is affecting our being a green or going a green is actually the green only. Because what do I mean when I say that most affecting factor is a green only? That means the agriculture. Agriculture is supposed to be very green, but unfortunately, the agriculture is also along with providing us then sustainably of food and fiber for the clothes and shelter. Agriculture is also causing some of environmental issues that we all are aware today. So I will like to take this forward and begin the presentation. So here, as I mentioned in my introduction, that grow green, go green. That means when you are growing a green, any kind of crop, vegetable or plantation, try to go green. This is a message on the occasion of Go Green Summit today. So in this one, go green means, in other words, it is sustainable agriculture which supports the economy, society and environment, considering everything, not only the yield. So you will be surprised that these are there are some different most common terms used for the green agriculture, means sustainable agriculture, agroecology, regenerative agriculture, organic farming, natural farming are some of the most common terms used to describe various sustainable agriculture approaches. But the Google searches between 2004 and 2020 shows that organic farming is the most commonly Googled or searched term. So you can understand that organic farming is gaining the importance. Organic farming is becoming popular and people are becoming aware of organic farming. This huge amount of people's interest in searching this term onto Google shows us that. Then after that, sustainable agriculture also people search for 9.9 million times. Then agroecology was searched. Then natural farming is gaining the sum of attraction and interest from the society. That is 1.5 million times Google search onto the web. So now let us take into the account the global overview of organic agriculture. As we have seen into the last slides that the organic agriculture is gaining in importance. And this is because of the advantages and because of the awareness of the people to the adverse effects of the pesticides and other agrochemicals, fungicides and herbicides. So Here, what the data I am trying to show you is that in today's discussion, what are we going to see? Let me put a few sentences about that. We are going to see what is the global trend in sustainable agriculture and what are the practices of the sustainable agriculture and what are the holistic system. I am talking about the two things here. One is practice, that is individual practice that is adopted by the farmer as a sustainable agriculture, and another is a system. These are two different things. Please try to understand. This lecture is a very important, very informative lecture. People do not differentiate between the practice and the system. System is a holistic system considering all factors of organic agriculture or sustainable agriculture. Practice is a one practice that is adopted by the farmers or a society to do the sustainable agriculture or eco-friendly, environment-friendly agriculture. So we are going to discuss those practices. Out of that, I am going to give an overview of all 30 practices or 30 practices and systems altogether. But we are going to focus on to the organic agriculture overall. That is why today I am taking this organic agriculture global overview. Indicator, world and top countries. Okay, you could see that the countries with organic activities in 2019, 187 countries have adopted organic activities. Organic agricultural land in a millions is in a million hectares is 72.3. Australia is the highest in adopting in having organic agriculture land. Like that, you could say that the highest producers, and I'm talking about the fifth parameter, producers in 2099 overall in the world, 3.1 million producers were there in organic agriculture, and the India is the topmost country having more number of organic farmers. Organic market is growing huge. You could see that in 2000 it was just 15.1 billion euros dollar market, but today in 2019 organic market has grown almost 10 times. So it is almost about one in 2019 it was reported to be 106.4 billion euros. In US itself, it is a 44.7 billion euros market. Germany is the next one, and France. So the developed countries are adopting very fast the organic food. So this is a global overview. So what I mean to say from this slide or this presentation is that it is one of the biggest concern that people are facing, and the interest that you are seeing here, the jumping from 15.1 billion to 106 billion euros, is a huge jump in interest of the people into organic products. So we are talking on to the very important aspect on this occasion of Go Green. So you could see that here the key indicators of the global organic farming. The farmland is in oceanic region, the farmland under the organic product. As we have seen, the Australia is one of the highly adopting organic agriculture. You could see that 36.0 million hectares is under the organic farming in Australia. And after that comes the Europe, where 16.5 million hectares is under organic. So all the countries are adopting. You could see that from 2013, organic farmers have grown. Today, number of organic producers is increasing by 13% if you compare it with the number in 2018. That is the a huge increase in interest in producing the organic food. The global market is growing and the consumer demand is increasing. Global organic food market in billion euros is overall 106 billion euros, as I mentioned into the last slide. So this is, this is a lot of data I have brought to you, collected for you to understand that what is the importance of this organic or sustainable agriculture practices. So here we are going to look at the organic farmland in 2019. As I mentioned earlier, 72.3 billion hectare. In Oceanic, there were 35.9 million hectare. In Europe, 16.5, as we seen, and in other. So what is the last on the last graph onto the right hand side? I will like to show you that in 2019 over 1.1 million hectare more were reported compared with the 2018, and this growth is a huge growth of 500 times the interest or the organic farming farmland has increased. So this is, I'm not going to talk here about the disadvantages of chemical pesticides, disadvantage of chemical fertilizers, or so many things, and what are their effects, because this is very well known. But the intensity of the problem and its intent that people are adopting these practices, today we are going to discuss. But in spite of these numbers, you could see that in spite of these numbers, there is a lot to be done as a collectively from our side, as a society, as a scientist, as a researchers, as a adopters, as a farmers. We need to do a lot that I am going to show you in the coming slides. Please stay tuned and pay attention to this. So this is a growth year wise that is shown from 1999 up to 2019, and you could see that there is a huge growth into the however, if you see the percent organic share in a percent, it is just 1.6%. It is really very less. Even if the interest is increasing, we need to do a lot still to gain. Let us not be happy that we are adopting fastly the organic farming. We are not doing that to the extent that we should do. That is my message today on the occasion of this GoGreen summit. And we should take it very seriously. The policy makers, the researchers, the scientists, the adopters, and the society overall should think over how we can increase the interest in organic farming. This is another data that shows that how the organic producers are increasing, but you can say that 51% in Asia, more than 91% of the producers are in Asia, Africa, and Europe. And you could see that there has been an increase in the number of producers, okay, or 100% over the past decade. So which are the countries which are little ahead in adopting? But again, this number should not be considered with the percent with the population of that particular country. Here India being the top into organic land, and then USA, then France, but considering the India's bigger size, these numbers are still not very satisfactory. But still, as per the data, India is one of the highest increase of organic agriculture. In India, one of the highest increase of organic agriculture land has been reported by 2019. So now, as we have understood that it is overall the world is taking interest, that is a positive thing. But how are we going to do this organic farming or sustainable agriculture practices, and what are the systems that we need to? Here I am going to show, I have adopted this one from Sustainable Agriculture in India 2021 report, published recently by one of the reputed institution in India. So sustainable agriculture practices and systems. Here I am going to present to you 30 sustainable agricultural practices. Okay, and these overall practices and the system. What is the practices? Practices are focused only on one aspect of agriculture. Like here, vermicompost is a one aspect of sustainable agriculture. Drip irrigation, crop rotation, intercropping, overcrops. This is a one individual activity, and let us call it as a practice. And when the people are adopting the sustainable agriculture, what are the systems of sustainable agriculture? This is a very important. People think that only organic farming is one of the sustainable agriculture practice, but it is not like that. There are few, like an agroforestry is one of the very popular way of sustainable agricultural practice, and permaculture, organic farming, natural farming, system of rice intensification, which is being adopted in India in a few states, is one of the best sustainable agriculture practice. So on this today's forum, I am bringing in very important information that sustainable agriculture is not equal to organic farming, or organic farming is not equal to only sustainable agriculture. Organic farming is one of the system of sustainable agriculture, but it is overall more talked about, and it is more overall more adopted about. So these are the different, these are overall 30, if you count them, 30 sustainable agriculture system and practices. Let us call them SAPs. Okay. Now I will give you the, see, India, we have seen that India being one of the top adopter of the sustainable agricultural, but still, as I mentioned earlier, that this is not very green side of the Indian adoption. Also, we as India also need to do a lot. Let us take a look at the different aspects or the different systems that India has adopted. Which are the, see, agroforestry. I will try to explain you what is this one. The light green shows that the area under the system practice. So if you, I will explain you the agroforestry one, so that you will be able to understand the other systems that are adopted or not adopted or being adopted in India. So 25 million hectare is a land under the agroforestry, which is one of the highest in all the systems that we speak about the sustainable agriculture system. Precision farming is a 9.2, and here the in agroforestry, let us consider the scale of adoption. That means the number of farmers that are adopting this system is less than 5 million farmers. And which states in India are adopting this one? So all the states in India are adopting agroforestry. So similarly, if you go to the precision farming, here the number shows 9.2 million hectare land is under the precision farming in India. And the scale of adoption is 3 million farmers today are adopting the precision farming, and in 24 states of India are the precision farming is adopted, and others still yet to. However, I want to emphasize here that it is not all about the internet or the technology driven precision farming. It is the micro irrigation comes as a one of the component of the precision farming, and hence the India has adopted micro irrigation. Government has the policy to promote the micro irrigation sprinkle systems, and that is why this adoption is more. But still, if you consider that the precision farming in terms of the high technology survey and precision pesticide use and the precision fertilizer use, India or globally, we have not progressed much. This number 9.2 million hectare is a high number, but it is because of the micro irrigation. I hope you people have understood. We speak from the decades about the integrated pest management, but you would see that there is a just 5 million hectare under the land is under the integrated pest management, which means the 5 millions is just about a 4%. So we have not progressed a lot. That is why today I am bringing out a huge concern that we speak about a lot about the organic farming, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly farming, but we are not yet adopted since decades, since 10 or 20 years, we have been talking about integrated pest management, and today our progress is a 4% in India. Okay, system of rice intensification just at a 3 million hectare. Organic farming, what we speak about is a 2.8 million hectare, and 1.9 million farmers have adopted, and it is persistent, or it is present in all of the states in India. So when we see these kind of numbers, the numbers into the next row, where we are talking about the conservation agriculture, where we are talking about the natural farming, integrated farming, and biodynamic agriculture, they are into decimals. Even we have not touched, we have not reached 1% adoption in terms of natural farming, integrated farming system. Integrated farming system is actually the very useful to increase the farmers' income, where the animal husbandry, aquaculture, and crops and this everything comes under the integrated farming system, but we have not adopted that yet. This is the biggest concern. So Jojo, I will like to know up to what time I would be able to speak, so that I can make a speed or I can slow down myself. Hello? Anybody from the organizers? Okay, I will go ahead. Then this is the practices that are adopted under the sustainable agriculture system, but not overall system. But so we could see that crop rotation is one of the widestly acceptable practice, which is a 30 million hectares is under the crop rotation. Rain water harvesting is again the Indian government has done a good job of promoting the rain water harvesting. That is why we see that the number under this practice is better somewhere. So like that, the vermicompost, counter farming, cover crops, intercropping, and floating farming is taking place at a different extents in India. So I'll move on to the next slide, where we will focus on to the organic farming, which is the most popular subject. In organic farming is a production system that prohibits the use of synthetically produced agro inputs like fertilizers and pesticides. Instead of the chemical material, in this organic farming, the organic materials such as crop residue, animal residue, legume, biopesticides are used for maintaining soil productivity and fertility, and managing pest under conditions of sustainable natural resources and healthy environment. So when we see that which are the states which are doing 100%, 0.2% to 100% of organic farming, then we could see that one of the state has reached 100% organic farming, that is a Sikkim, and we should congratulate them, and we should be proud of them that they have reached the 100% of organic farming and stopped using the chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides. we could see that after that there is a Ladakh, where the Ladakh and the Uttarakhand are the sum of the Uttarakhand and Goa. Goa is a very small Indian state where there is a huge adoption of this system. So I will move on to the another aspects of the okay, what we need to do. See, this adoption or this consideration is not that much as it should be. Even not a double digit has some of the states are like Uttar Pradesh 0.5, and this is not only the India, but this is a globally that we have not reached huge adoption of organic farming. And what need to be done, that we will consider into the next slide, the key insights and the recommendations that are. See, the produced crop yields in the first 2 to 3 years when we adopt or start the organic farming will be less. However, comparable yields, but after that, the comparable yields, once the soil's biological activity is well established, we will be getting. So, organic farming adopters, I have appealing from this stage to the global farmers and the researchers that are the policymakers, that we should support the organic farmer adopters first 2 to 3 years, and make them understand that after that 2 to 3 years their yields are going to be in a normal state. Focus also is needed on a low resource endowed areas such as the rainfed and hilly tracts of the initial scale. Lack of assured market support and cumbersome certification process are major challenges for organic farming. Policy support to tackle them would be necessary for any scale of efforts. So the organic certification is one of the cumbersome process that need to be made easier. And another third insight that I will put here is that women in organic farming face additional workload, especially for weeding. Support innovation in affordable and woman-friendly technology needs to be implemented. This need to be very much considered while promoting, or how we can promote the organic farming. So there are the papers, research papers and the studies and surveys done which shows the advantages of organic farming in a short term, but support for the long term assessment to study the impact on human health, biodiversity and the emissions need to be undertaken, and that information need to be brought to the public, that what are the long-term advantages, not the short-term advantages. See, in short-term advantages or disadvantages, we obviously see that there is a less yield, but in the long terms, we will see that we have the advantage of gaining the health benefits, the soil, the environment. Those studies should be brought in. Organic farming receives most policy attention among all. As I mentioned, there are certain sustainable agriculture practices and systems, but organic farming receives the most policy attention. That you have seen that in, I have shown you the global data also, I have shown you the local data also. Today's discussion, we have brought in a couple of issues, and now we are discussing what are the recommendations, how can we increase the adoption of organic farming, how can we increase the acceptance of organic farming among the farmers. And these are the few points today now we are discussing. Organic farming is the most prevalent sustainable agriculture practice being promoted by governments. 63% of the surveyed government agencies are active in organic farming in 25 states in India. And the governments or the particular promoting bodies need to take an advantage of these and promote the organic farming. This not only applies to the India, but I'm talking on to the global perspective, that these are the recommendations that I would like to put forth in today's GoGreen Summit to this awesome audience of about 50 plus audience. We are gathered today to discuss what are the key steps that we need to take further to make our planet and a beautiful thing to live, and not to pollute it, or to make it further worse for our next generations. That is why these insights will help the researchers, policymakers, and adopters. In a next practice is the natural farming. Natural farming is being talked today, and in natural farming uh, is a local low input climate resilient farming system. That means whatever is available locally, that we need to use into the farm. And this is also being adopted in couple of states, but not to the extent of not to the extent of organic farming. And here in natural farming, there is a complete elimination of synthetic chemical agro inputs. Instead, it encourages the users or the farmers to use the low cost, locally available inputs such as natural mixtures made using cow dung, cow urine, jaggery, pulse flour. These are some of the inputs. Uh, it also encourages the mulching, crop covers, and symbiotic intercropping to stimulate the soil's microbial system. Natural farming's main emphasis is on enhanced soil condition by managing organic matter and soil biological activity. Diversification of genetic resources and enhanced biomass recycling and enhanced biological interaction is one of the key are a few of the key aspects of a natural farming. Natural farming is not equal to organic farming. Natural farming is something else, but the adoption, as you have seen, very less today also in Indian context. If we see that Himachal Pradesh is adopting it to certain extent, but Andhra Pradesh has adopted it um, to larger extent, and we could see that the Karnataka is also started adopting this system. And I see that uh, in a future the other state will also move to the natural farming. It is little bit difficult, and because of the low yields there are some issues that we are the resources available locally, or the awareness and the knowledge sharing is not happening. That is why this adoption is less. But here also, to increase this adoption globally, we have some insights and key recommendations that I will bring in here. So short-term studies on the impact of natural farming on the yields are inconclusive, because if you want yield, certainly the natural farming where we are using a cow dung and not using any chemical fertilizers will be certainly not very impressive to the farmers or the end user. Certainly the yield from the classical farming will be more. But why this is important? The policymakers need to study it further, and or the researchers need to study it further and publish the data on the long-term benefit of the natural farming. Then it will be impressive. Lower input cost and diversified cropping system improve farmers' net income under natural farming. That is one of the very big advantage of natural farming. You are not spending a huge money onto the fertilizers and branded fertilizers and branded pesticides, which are very expensive today. For the scale up, ready-made inputs and market support for the diversified crops will be critical in maximizing the returns. The countries, those who are going to adopt, policymakers, those who are going to adopt the natural farming, they need to consider this point very seriously, that the ready-made inputs and the market support is required. Natural farming knowledge and skill intensive, and the policy makers need to understand that or the adopters or the state governments or the central governments in your respective countries need to certainly think about the knowledge and skill intensive, because you are not going to use the chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides. So how to use your local resources, so you need to study that one, set up the committees, set up the study bodies, and bring in the practices to the farmers, then the farmers will have the positive thinking towards adopting these practices. Capacity building and a critical to one of the critical factor to enable the adoption. Leverage the extension services that you may be having in your countries, and women farmers and the cooperative bodies can add the value. So these were the few of my recommendation on to the natural farming. I will like to stop here after giving the overview of agroforestry that is being adopted in the India. Agroforestry is one of the sustainable system of the agriculture, and in agroforestry, traditional and modern land use systems where woody perennials are integrated onto the purpose on the same land as the crops and or animals in various spatial and temporal arrangement. It is defined as the practice and science of the interaction between agriculture and forestry. It is, again, I will repeat it, it is defined as the practice and science of the interaction between agriculture and forestry, and involves farmer, trees, forest, and livestock at multiple scale. So this has been one of the widely adopted system, and 25 million hectares is under the agroforestry today in India, and the larger farmers are inclined to particularly adopt this process, and there are several states where more than 10% of the net zone area is under agroforestry. So I like to stop here and accept some questions and answers on this one, and also will like to put in a comment that to make the sustainable agriculture further adaptive, um, Crop Jivan, our company, has been working seriously. We are one of the leading company which is manufacturing the pheromone based products for the pest management. Then we have botanical fungicide for the management of fungal diseases, and we are also one of the very innovative manufacturer of biofertilizers into the nano forms or the capsule forms. So we are doing our best as a Crop Jivan, as a company, to promote the organic farming or sustainable agricultural practices. I would like to thank again the organizers of the 7th Go Green Summit 2021 for an opportunity to speak here. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Parashatam Dewang. Next, let's welcome keynote speaker Barbara Dumigan Jackson. She is an ambassador of the Blue Dot movement for the David Suzuki Foundation, encouraging safe and healthy communities. In addition, she is a board member of the Keepers of the Water for Athabasca, which consists of First Nations, Métis Inuit, environmental groups, and watershed citizens working together for the protection of water, land, and air in the Athabasca River watershed. Most of all, Jackson wants to encourage Indigenous women to overcome obstacles and accomplish their dreams. Jackson also organizes several annual nonprofit events, such as Making Strides to Help Save Lives, the Walking to End Violence charity fashion show, Homeless Dreams Awareness Run, and the You Are Loved campaign, which raises awareness for suicide prevention that she created with her daughter Kia Bruno. Barbara Dumigan Jackson was recognized for her resilience, courage, and service to others with the Fearless Women Award on March 10 at the Fearless Women Summit in Edmonton. Again, let's welcome Barbara Dumigan Jackson. Sorry. Barbara Domingan Jackson is not here. Let's go for a group photo. And we will take your group photo. I would like to request to everyone to open their cameras. And we will be getting a group photo. Ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. Hold it. Hold it. We will start session at 12 p.m. Indian time. Thank you. Everyone, let's go ahead. Everyone, let's Everyone, let's go on lunch, and we will exactly be back in 12 p.m. in Indian time. Thank you so much. See you later.
That is what time here in the Philippines?
I think it's 2:30 in Philippine time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
I would like to ask everyone to get ready. Okay, welcome back everyone. I would like to welcome the session day chair for day 2. And please I request all participants to proceed to their respective rooms. If you are having difficulties, please message in the chat box your name and your assignated room and our team will transfer you. For session 1, ecology, natural hazard, and pollution control, stay here in the main room. I will be your moderator, Jeline. For session 1, we have Dr. Libriati Sardasti, Senior Lecturer, Structure and Materials, University Technology, Malaysia, Johor Bahru, Malaysia. Session Chair, Dr. Sunita Singh, Associate Professor, Section Head, Biotechnology, DY Patil University, School of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, or known as SBB India. Session Chair, Dr. Indrani Ghosh, Assistant Professor, Environmental Science, Adamas University, India. Session Chair, Dr. Mala Parab, Assistant Professor, School of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, DY Patil University, India. Session Chair, Dr. Ruel T. Bongkansiso, Associate Professor, Environmental and Green Technology Education, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. Session Chair, Dr. Pramod Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor, School of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics, DY Patil University, India. Session Chair, Dr. Mohammed Arifullah, Senior Lecturer, Agro-Industry and Natural Resources, University, Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Session Chair, Dr. B. Harinathan, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, VHN Senthicomara, Nadar College, India. Let's move on. Technical session of day 2 involves 5 parallel sessions, which are Parallel Session 1, Ecology, Natural Hazard and Pollution Control. Parallel Session 2, Waste Renewable Energy. Parallel Session 3, Water Quality and Wastewater Management. Parallel Session 4, Environmental Chemistry and Engineering. Parallel Session 5, Agriculture and Plant Biology.
Good afternoon. May I know if this is the room for session 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think our moderator have left, right? And Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all. So my name is Dr. Libriati Zardasti as this session chair. Okay. Will be sharing this session, right? Miss Moderator, can I start now or I should wait?
Yes, ma'am, go on.
Okay, thank you. So without further ado, I will call upon our first oral presenter, okay, with the paper entitled Biodegradation as a Probable Solution to Antibiotic Pollution in Social and Aquatic System, authored by Swagata Deyasi, and from Sister Nivedita, University, India. And you can share your screen.
Yes.
Yep. And before that, I would thank our moderator who introduced me, and thank you for managing our this session. Okay, Miss Swagata.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Is my screen visible?
Yep. And I would like to humbly request all the presenter and the viewers in this session to mute your mic so that our presenter can present smoothly, right? So Miss Swagata, you have around 8 minutes to proceed to finish your presentation. So over to you. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Swagata Deyashi, and I'm a student of MSc Biotechnology in Sister Nivedita University. Today, I'm going to speak about one of the most alarming source of environmental pollution and its probable solutions. Biodegradation as a probable source of antibiotic pollution in soil and aquatic systems. Antibiotics. Antibiotics is one of the most commonly used drug in this space worldwide. Whenever we feel sick, at least most of the time, visit the doctor, and the doctor provides us with antibiotics. We consume them and we get cured. But we often forget one thing, that antibiotics are synthetic organic molecules that can neither be degraded nor metabolized easily. As a result, around 80%, I'm so sorry, around 80% of the antibiotics are excreted out that we consume are excreted out from our body, that remains in the environment and thereby pollutes them. Here is the antibiotic pollutants as pollution at various levels of the ecosystem. Antibiotics are used in animal husbandry to boost the growth of the animals. They are also used in aquaculture. We humans consume them to cure certain infections. But since most of the antibiotics are excreted out as urine or feces, they remain in the environment like soil and the water. They cannot be easily removed, and they often surpasses wastewater treatment plants. The concentration of antimicrobial agents in the environment is too low to be lethal for the microorganism, but instead, due to their long exposure to this antibiotics, the microorganism develop antibiotic-resistant genes within them that gives rise to multi-drug resistant bacteria. These types of microorganisms are very harmful as they cannot be easily cured. Their infection cannot be easily cured. Here are various methods that we can use to remove antibiotic pollution from the environment. That is, for example, physiochemical pathways, biological pathways, biocatalyst, photolysis and photocatalyst, biochar, bioreactor, membrane process, adsorption, microbial fuel cell, and bioelectrochemical system. Because of limited time, we cannot discuss all the topics, so we are going to mainly concentrate.
I am audible.
Please continue, Sugata.
Okay, thank you. Bioelectrochemical system is a type of electrochemical system where microorganisms or any biological agents are used to convert chemical energy present in the pollution into other sources of energy like electricity and other fuels. Here are various methods of bioelectrochemical system. For example, microbial fuel cell, microbial electrolysis cell, enzymatic fuel cell, microbial solar cells. All these methods can be used to remove pollutants from the environment and also produce different sources of energy. For example, electricity or hydrogen gas. First is the microbial fuel cell. Microbial fuel cell are bioelectrochemical fuel cells where microorganism degrades pollutants to convert them into electricity. In a microbial fuel cell, there are two separate chambers, one containing the anode and the other containing the cathode, separated by a cationic specific membrane. The anode is coated with a microbial biofilm. These microorganisms degrades the pollutants to produce electrons and protons. The protons move across this membrane and reaches the cathode, where it combines with oxygen to produce water, while the electron travels across the external circuit to produce electricity. Microbial fuel cells can be of two types: double-chambered microbial fuel cell, where the anode and cathodes are separated in separate chambers, and the second one is a single-chambered microbial fuel cell, where both the anode and the cathode are located in the same chamber. The second is the microbial electrolysis cell. This is also similar to the microbial fuel cell. Here also, the anode is coated with microorganisms that degrades the pollutants to produce cations, protons and electrons. The protons crosses the membrane and reaches the cathode, while the electrons passes across the circuit. But here, instead of producing electrical energy, we provide electricity from outside.
Yes, ma'am.
As a result, the electrons combines with the protons to produce hydrogen gas. Third is the enzymatic fuel cell. This is also similar to microbial fuel cell, The only difference is that here, instead of using microorganisms, we use oxidoreductase enzymes as electrocatalysts. These enzymes catalyzes the reaction and catalyzes the degradation of the pollutants to produce electricity. The last is the microbial solar cell. Microbial solar cells are the recently developed technology. They utilizes solar energy to produce chemical energy or electricity. Here, there are two chambers. One is the photobioreactor, which contain photoautotropic microorganisms, especially algae. And another is the anaerobic digester, which contain electrochemically active microorganisms. The non-biodegradable materials, the pollutants that are present in our environment, are converted into biodegradable material by the photobioreactor. The degradable material are then transferred to the anaerobic digester, where the microorganisms digest them to produce biogas and electricity. In all these methods, microorganisms are used to break the structural configuration of the antibiotics, thereby rendering them ineffective. With the rising demand of the antibiotics in today's life, the pollution of caused by the antibiotics is also increasing. And since this gives rise to antibiotic resistant genes, these have become a predominant health concern these days. So bioelectrochemical system has been proven to be an effective measure for removal of antibiotics from the environment. Not only it removes the antibiotic, but it can also produce useful source of energy. Therefore, in order to give rise to a healthy environment for us and our future generation, we can apply bioelectrochemical techniques to remove antibiotic pollution from the environment, because it is us who can save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sogata, for the presentation and on time. Thank you so much. Yes. Can we open for? Do we have any question? I've seen Vishakna Kumari raise her hand. Do you have any question to the presenter? So I think.
Are there any questions?
Yep.
Okay, let's proceed.
No question.
Okay,
Please go
thank
ahead.
you.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dr. Fausto C. Romero, College of Arts and Science, Philippines. Topics: Kids Talk and Fisher Listen.
I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, hold on.
Can you see my screen now? Is it okay
Yes,
now?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
It's coming up.
On my side, it's a bit wait for a while. I cannot move it. It's not moving on my side. Can you help me do it? It's not moving. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you unshare first?
Yeah, but my screen is not moving.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
also,
let's can you please close everything on your end and let's start from scratch, then open your presentation again. Let's do that.
How is that, ma'am?
On your computer or on your laptop, can you please close everything except the Zoom screen?
So I'll stop sharing first.
Yep, we will stop the screen sharing.
Okay.
All right, just go and move to your desktop. Everything is clear. Then open your presentation.
It's not really moving on my side. Wait for a while. I already tried this one earlier, but it seems that okay.
Is it still not moving? And I think he's gone. We lost him. All right, we'll give him some time for technical issues and let's proceed.
Okay, let's proceed. Let's proceed for the next presentation. Poster presentation by Neha Tiwari, Gurukula Kangri, deemed to be University, India. Topic: status of soil nutrients of two different agro-ecosystems of Champawat, Uttarakhand, India. Neha Tiwari. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Kayuno Agos, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Topic: the restoration of tropical wetland ecosystem for mitigation of global climate change. Kayuno Agos. Is Kayuno Agos there?
I don't see his name here.
Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Arkana Dash, Veer Surendra Sai, University of Technology, India. Topic: water resources management in India. Okay. Let's proceed. Oral presentation by Bhagat Nitin Datuji.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. University of Hyderabad, India. Topic: Effect of drought on rural farm households. A study of two villages of Bid district of Maharashtra state, India.
Yeah, can you see this screen? Hello?
Oh,
Hello,
sorry.
ma'am.
We can see your screen, please.
Okay. So, can I present?
Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. My name is Nitin, student of School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. And my today's presentation topic name is Effect of Drought on Rural Farm Household, a study of two villages of Bid district of Maharashtra state, India. So, this is the outline of my study. Introduction, profile of the Bid district, review of literature, objective of the study, methodology, result and conclusion. So this is the introduction.
Excuse me, Mr. Nitin. Can you click the slideshow presentation down there?
What, madam?
Can you click the slideshow presentation?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Slideshow. It is okay, ma'am.
Yeah, you should click at the bottom there. There is a symbol. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just click there, and it is not yet working because the word is very small.
Yeah, I know, ma'am. Slideshow.
Yeah, that one. Correct one.
1 minute. स्लाइड शो कर कीजिए बोलते हैं स्लाइड शो
Next to the the bottom one, right? You have plus and minus. Bottom left, bottom right. Yeah, the symbol, but it's not working, huh?
Yeah, ma'am. It is not working.
And then it's okay. You can proceed. No, never mind.
Okay. No, I will try, madam. Give me few minutes.
Sure. No problem. Please proceed.
Few seconds. Okay. This is the introduction of my study. IPCC report 2014 and observed that climate changes effect over the last century in Asia. It is reported that increasing the numerous days as well as temperature extreme and decreasing the number of cold days. Drought is widely known as an indigenous hazards because of its complex and unique features. Drought disaster has brought enormous economic losses and significant social environmental impact on people over worldwide. This is the introduction, and after that, it is not moving.
Yeah, now it's moving.
No, ma'am.
Can you click the slideshow there? There is a box on the top left. Slideshow, resume slideshow. Can you click there?
Slideshow.
The
Slideshow. Yeah.
Your left, the box there. If you can click. Is it moving? Now it's moving.
Yeah.
Okay, then
No,
proceed.
ma'am.
Okay. Sure, can proceed.
Okay, ma'am. So this is the introduction. Resume slide slow show.
Are you okay, Nitin?
Ma'am, 1 minute.
Is it moving?
Actually, it is not moving, ma'am. Slides are not moving. Yeah. Now it's moving, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Stop. What's happening here? Yeah. This is the introduction. After that, review of literature that I reviewed. And in the literature, I have found some gap in my area or in my study. Research question: does the drought negatively influences on rural farm households, and what are the problems they have been faced during the drought, such as domestic water supply, education, livestock fodder, out migration, and crop production. Research objective of my study is that this study aim is to identify the social and economic effects of drought on the farm household from the irrigated and rain-fed villages of the Bid district of Maharashtra, India. This is the main objective of my study or my student today's presentation.
That's all?
Ma'am, again it... Okay. 1 minute, ma'am. This is the domo.
Never mind. If you can, maybe can you conclude within 2 minutes time? Can you conclude
No, ma'am. This is actually thing is that these slides are not moving. So that is the problem, ma'am.
Okay. So is it okay now?
This is
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any question, please? Let's proceed. Our oral presentation by Dr. Fausto C. Romero, College of Arts and Science, Philippines. Topic, Kids Talk and Fisher Listen.
Can you see my slide now?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay already?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully I can have control over it, because just like the other presenter, sometimes the screen, the slides are not moving. Can I record my presentation, please? Can you allow me to record my presentation?
Yes, yeah, please, please.
Yes, yes, sir.
But it's closed. I'm going to record this one because I will be presenting this one to my school.
Okay, can you proceed now?
Okay. So, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation is about a Pride campaign program implemented in the municipality of Siruma, province of Camarines Sur, Philippines. It's entitled Kids Talk, Fishers Listen, which my presentation would be dealing on the Pride campaign with the following outline: the brief profile of Siruma, Siruma Pride campaign, campaign results, campaign expansions, and the now. Now, Siruma has 14,000 hectares of land area. It has 365 hectares municipal waters with 91 kilometers coastline, 22 communities or barangays, 14 of which are coastal, 3 islands, and 5 inland. It has a population of 19,987, a fourth-class municipality with 78 million annual income. Now, the threats to Siruma's fisheries and marine protected areas, the primary threats are dynamite fishing, gleaning, climate change, and cyanide fishing. The secondary threats are commercial fishing, development of resorts, and massive mangrove cuttings for fish pond development. This is the campaign logo that we use in order to inspire the children, the fishers, and the entire community. It has a tagline in the dialect which states, "Sa laog padakulaon, asin padakulon, sa laog padakulon, asin padakulaon, sa luwas banwiton." It means that the campaign logo represents a unique species that can be found in the marine protected area, which is the parrotfish bumphead. This species was declared by the CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, to be as vulnerable. So with that, the goal of the campaign is to protect the biodiversity, increase the fish density, biomass inside Sapinitan Marine Protected Area for the benefit and resiliency of the fishers and communities of Siruma. Another tagline or advocacy that we included is "Ini ang santuario kan pinitan, magtarabang bantayan asin protektahan para sa ikauswag kang banwaan," which means this is our fish sanctuary. Let's work together to protect for a progressive community. The behavior change asked were for fishers and communities not to intrude inside the marine protected area, and for fishers communities to report intrusions inside the marine protected area. Our target audience are male fishers, 40 years old and above, elementary educated, earns 1,500 pesos or less a month. Roman Catholic, fishing is their primary livelihood. 90% of their catch is consumed by the family. In terms of knowledge, they have high awareness of the presence of the marine protected area. In terms of behavior, they are also willing to support. However, in terms of interpersonal communication, it's very low. They do not discuss the presence of the MPA within their families, within their communities, peers, and other members of the communities. Thus, their actions was also very low. So another one, in terms of the program, we formulated a theory of change stated here for the school para sa marahay na edukasyon ka mga kaakian nindo, suportahan ang santuario. This means that for good education of your children, they support the program on the sanctuary. In terms of knowledge, it increases. In terms of attitudes, it also increases. In terms of interpersonal communication, likewise, it increases. And we have removed the barriers through the management effectiveness assessment tool. Likewise, we achieved the behavior change desired of zero intrusion and zero reporting. And then we have the threat reduction through governance, enforcement, and monitoring. That's why we achieved the conservation result of increased corals and fish stocks. The campaign implementation was in 2012 to 2014. We had grand launching. We had produced campaign materials like billboards, mural paintings, and the trainings of the law enforcers. We also have very nice mural on the municipal building, which was featured in the national newspaper, the Daily Inquirer. And I changed the attitude and behavior of fishers in Sapinitan Bay by achieving the goals of no intrusions and reporting intrusions, winning the fight against illegal fishing. Bright spots, we have, of course, the children, the most important influencer. We have our partners from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. We have an international artist and activist, A.J. Sanyo, the person, the man behind the campaign to stop the killing of dolphins. The campaign result, we have increased our habitat covered. We have fish abound. We have fish growth. I learned that the environment has been compromised for the economy, but with Pride campaign, conservation will win the game. I commit to continuously promote Seruma Pride campaign to help in the protection, conservation, and development of local resources, to support the education of children, develop better opportunities, and use social marketing to win every challenge. Campaign expansion addressing climate change. We have formulated development of Seruma's integrated resiliency plan, our next steps. It consists of policy on no-build zones, operational DRRM plans, sustained mangrove replanting and nurseries, stop the conversion to fish ponds, elevation requirements for infrastructures, flood insurance, relocation sites, livelihoods, and continuous partnership. And Seruma's effort was rewarded. We were recognized and awarded the Seal of Good Local Governance in 2017 and in 2018. Lessons learned. Certainly, we can learn from the kids as they are very good influencers. They were the ones who encouraged their parents, the fishers, to support the program on the development and sustainability of the marine protected areas. Sustainability part is always a concern. It is not impossible if a good plan and strategic investments are afforded. Developing pride of children, fishers, and communities is an important factor for success branding them as development partners. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you for your sharing.
Are there any questions? Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dr. Hapriya Mishra, Gandhi Institute for Technology, Bhubaneswar, India. Topic: ecological as well as environmental effects of chromite mining in Sukinda Valley, a paradise lost from the bounty of nature to polluted mines.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My screen is visible. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
My screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone present over here. Myself, Dr. Misha, presenting the topic of ecological as well as environmental issues of chromite mining in the Sukinda Valley that is presented in India. When it comes to the introduction part, as we know that the mineral is a part and parcel of our life. Without minerals, we can survive or we can sustain, or any of the country can grow. So mineral reserve is the industrial as well as economic backbone of the country. So India is endowed with a wide range of mineral reserves. And as we know that India is the third largest chromium reserve in the world. And it is the fourth in production as per 20 lakh to 5 tons and as per the year of 2017-18. And we know that the 97% of India's chromium reservoir is concentrated in Sukinda Valley. Okay, I want to say that Sukinda Valley that is presented in the Jajpur district of Odisha, India. And this Sukinda Valley comes under the world's fourth most polluted area as per the Blacksmith report. The Blacksmith have presented a report from the overview and from the research. Say they told that they have presented that Sukinda Valley is the world's fourth most polluted area for the hexavalent chromium toxicant. So we also know that the chromite is the principal ore for the element of the chromium and the key industrial used for the manufacturing the stainless steel. And the main important characteristics of this chromium is that its resistance to corrosion, oxidation, hardenability, and high melting point. So because of these parameters or because of this criteria, chromium is an important metal we have to go for the extraction. Here comes to the Sukinda Valley is a well-known chromite hub of the world, and mostly the open cast mining is carried out here by the Tata Steel, Odisha Mining Corporation, OMC, Infra, various mining companies are there. They are going for the open cast minings, and few underground mining are there that was carried out by the Infra. Around 7.6 million tons of solid waste have generated in the form of the rejected minerals, overburden material, rock waste, subgrade bone. For that, the result, what is the outcome of this? Is that environmental degradation, lowering in the water table or groundwater degradation, deterioration of the surface water and groundwater quality. And the main toxicant, that is hexavalent chromium pollution, reported first in the era of the late of the 80s. In the present date, the major issue is the high concentration of hexavalent chromium in the Damsala Nala. Damsala Nala is a nala that is going through the Sukinda Valley. Here is the Google map, Google Earth map. It is showing this line, showing the Damsala Nala, and this is the minings, OMC, Pisco, Pecker, Muruganj, Ostapal. These are the minings who are draining themselves to this Damsala Nala. That's why this Nala is going to be polluted. Then here comes to the what's are the health effect of the chromium. Generally, the chromium present in the two oxidation state, that is chromium 3 trivalent chromium, and next one is the chromium 6, that is hexavalent chromium. Chromium 3 is a trace amount of the essential element in the mammalian metabolism. Along with the insulin, it is used for the reduce of the blood sugar and the blood glucose control in the certain cases of the diabetes. And chromium 3 is also responsible for reducing the blood cholesterol levels also. Whereas another form of the chromium, that is chromium 6, with the hexavalent chromium, is strong oxidizing agent which causes severe health hazards. The chromium 6 is known to be 100 to 1000 times more toxic than the chromium 3 form. So, what can be the solution? It is the chronic toxic effects, carcinogenic properties, alternation of the genetic materials, animal birth diseases, damage in the fish gills, and various issues. And next comes to the what are the problems we found in the human beings, that is inhalation or population in the nasal spectrum, asthmatic and bronchitic issues, contraction in the lung, pain in the lungs, coughing, breathing issue, and comes to the skin problem. This type of skin allergies are found due to the hexavalent chromium issues and dermatological issues. Then here comes to the ancient treatment of the hexavalent chromium 6 or hexavalent chromium. The chromium 3 and chromium 6 are the two redox species dominant in the aquatic systems. Whereas the chromium 3 is slightly soluble in the water, in presence of the water, is not found above the pH level of the 5, means in the acidic condition. Okay. Whereas in the chromium 6 is highly soluble in the water and are stable in the, under the aerobic conditions. The mine drainage water, surface runoffs are contaminated by the chromium 6. It needs to be converted to the chromium 3, that is trivalent chromium. So the most common method that is followed from the ancient times are the chemical treatment method, that is conversion of chromium 6 to chromium 3 by means of the Fe2+. And it can use of the ferrous sulfate by the solution to the conversion of the chromium 6 to chromium 3. Chromium 3 precipitation is separated by the method of the chemical methods like coagulation and sedimentation. And mostly used method is the alum. Alum is generally used as a coagulant. Here I am showing the main study area, that is Sukinda Valley. I already described that Sukinda is the chromite mines which is present in the Jajpur district of the Odisha, India. This map shows the Sukinda Valley. Here it is Brahmani Raitari Basin, that is coming under the Brahmani Basin. This is the Sukinda Valley. Because of this Brahmani River basin, the water is going to be polluted by the hexavalent chromium toxicant. The chromium belt exits from the canals in east of the Maruvel and in the west. The main drainage channel is the Damsala Nala, and it is perennial in nature, and the most of the water is discharged to the Mahirias mines and diverted into it. The drainage of the valley is controlled by the flowing of the Damsala Nala. It is a tributary of river of Brahmani. This is the catchment area of the Damsala Nala, which is going to be polluted by the various mines. This is a land use and land cover of the Sukinda project. This is the green area showing the water, the greeneries and what are the drains forest, and this is the Nala showing the Damsala. This is the photographic view of Sukinda chromite mines. This is the chromite mines, open cast mines are going on, and this is the Nala, which is the carrying out the hexavalent chromium water. This is the status of the hexavalent chromium. It is open cast mines for the OMC, Odisha Mining Corporation. And this is the ETP. There was no mechanism of proper dosing of the chemicals. Means they are not adding any of the chemicals. They are not treating any of the water and openly draining it out to the ETPs. This comes to the conclusion. Hexavalent chromium is a toxic metalloid which can cause various deleterious effects on the human health if it can be taken beyond the permissible limit of 0.05 ppm parts per million. Mining can impact water quality depending upon the chemical composition of the ores, waste dump materials, factors such as flow, erosion, potential, nearness of the river and natural drainage system also affect the extent of the contamination. The steady release of the chromium from the Sukinda into the Damsala Nala has enhanced the chromium levels in form of the sedimentation, and the water of the river, Brahmani river, is going to be polluted in the coming of the days. So it is our prime objective to decontaminate the water in this area in order to provide safe water to the local people. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Haripriya Mishra. Are there any questions?
Okay, I given the text message, madam. Hello.
Yes, sir. I found that what are the sources of the chromium as heavy metal enter in the food chain? Yes, sir. As I already discussed that in the Sukinda Valley area, the industries from the mining, the hexavalent chromium is drained to the river. By that method, it is almost to the fish. Fish are intaking that hexavalent chromium water, and we are intaking the fish. By this food chain, we are intaking the hexavalent chloride.
Okay, madam.
Thank you.
Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Pooja Mondal, Sister Nivedita, University, India. Topic, microremediation, a probable answer for microplastic pollution.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone present over here. Is my screen visible? Good afternoon, everyone present over here. I am Pooja Mandal from Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, India. I am going to give an oral presentation on the topic microremediation of microplastics. What are microplastics? Microplastics are semi-synthetic plastic polymers which has a very small size. That's the size less than of 5 millimeters. Microplastics are of two types: primary microplastics and secondary microplastics. Now, on what basis do we categorize them as primary and secondary microplastics? Primary microplastics are defined as microscopic plastic fragments on the basis of their size, while the secondary microplastics are defined as fragments of larger plastic items that suffer fragmentation. The degradation of plastics causes the formation of microplastics. The various processes are biodegradation. The various organisms, microorganisms, which degrade the plastics. There comes photodegradation, action of light, usually sunlight, due to which the plastic gets degraded. Then slow oxidative breakdown at moderate temperature, which is a thermo-oxidative degradation. Action of high temperature, which is known as a thermal degradation, and hydrolysis, which is a reaction with water. It causes the plastic to degrade and form microplastics. Effect of microplastic pollution. Actually, there are the different causes that cause the microplastic formation. There are different sources like the plastic litter, then washing of synthetic clothes. The cosmetics that we are using nowadays has a lots of microplastics. Toothpaste have microplastics, and then from all this, it's coming to the soil and the marine habitat, and from there the organism ingests them, and it suffocates, and it leads to the death of the marine organism. And on human life, these microplastics can accumulate inside the tissues. They can cross the epithelial lining of the cells, and it causes a severe biological issues in the human beings. Now let's come to microremediation. Microremediation means it's a form of remediation that uses fungi instead of bacteria to break down the waste materials. Now, why fungi? They have a special ability, like they produce hydrophobins, which is a biosurfactant. What are biosurfactants? They are active compounds that are produced by these cells. We can say that they are excreted by the cells, and it reduces surface tension and interfacial tension, due to which they are able to absorb on the surface of the microplastics. They can use them as a sole source of carbon and electrons. Now, the enzymatic systems of fungi can be categorized as intercellular and the extracellular. The intercellular plays a major role in fungal adaptation, while the extracellular, they have hydrolysis, the hydrolytic enzyme, which can break down complex structures. Now, it has been recorded of marine fungi, Zalurian malicium. It has been evident that it can, it's also known as the fungi that eats plastic. Through the various reports of nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy and Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, it has been seen that it is quite evident that this fungi can degrade plastics. The reduction in lipid protein content and increase in carbohydrate concentration occurred to a larger extent in the fungus not exposed to microplastics. Here are the two images where we can see the electron microscopy result, where we can see that the before and after, where there are irregularities on the surfaces of the microplastics, and there are some biological materials present on the surface, which would probably be the hydrophobins. Another instance is by the Aspergillus flavus. The strain PTX3 of Aspergillus flavor, it was isolated from the gut of a larva, and it has been seen that it can degrade both low density polyethylene and high density polyethylene. This fungi, it shows that the formation of new functional groups such as OH groups, ether groups, and carbonyl groups indicate that the bio-oxidation effect of this fungi. We can see the images over here, A and B, the untreated high density polyethylene microplastic with smooth and regular surface, while the high density polyethylene exposed to Aspergillus flavus after 8 days incubation, it has adherent hyphae and irregular surface. Now, why is it necessary? Because this microplastic is affecting everyone around. It crosses the biological membranes of the humans and causes immune and inflammatory responses. Thereafter, it can cross the gut and affects organs such as livers and kidney. It is responsible for the production of ROS, the reactive oxygen species, which leads to the breakage of the DNA strands. And microplastics can be a vector for the pathogens and pests around the globe. Now, what are the drawbacks of this microremediation? Because very little is known about the enzymes of the fungi and the pathways related to it. Further studies are required to evaluate the mechanism of the core of the fungus. The synthetic polymer biodegradation has not been applied on a commercial level due to the slow degradation rate. Hence, it's not that studied. What are the future prospects of this microremediation? We can use the genomics technology to accelerate plastic waste degradation, and it's crucial that we stop using plastics. We should promote waste biodegradation, and we should even reduce the use of this plastics. Pro-oxidants should be incorporated into plastics so that it could promote biodegradation. Engineered strains and enzymes that have higher specificity on synthetic polymers are encouraged to solve the plastic solution. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, madam. I have given the text message
Yes,
regarding. I am yes, Pooja madam. I have given this text message. How will you give the message to society in order to control the microplastic? Because the persons are using by anything, they are using the polythene bag.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for.
And water bottle due to drinking of the water, these water microplastics are enter in our GIT.
Yes,
how
sir.
we can give the message to society in order to control these things?
Already there are several campaigns that are going on to stop using plastics. What we can do at our best is we can use copper bottles. We can stop avoiding plastic plates. We can stop eating from those plastic plates, because from there it's a main source from where these microplastics are getting inside the gastrointestinal tract. We can stop using plastic bottles, and from the age of a child, I mean infant, the babies, they use feeding bottles. I think it's not, it will be very good if they don't use them, because ultimately there are something that's present. So it's the best thing that we can do is stop using plastic bottles, plates, cups, and start using that are eco-friendly items, so that we don't get, that our health don't get affected.
Good presentation. Good, good.
Ma'am, may I ask the one question, please?
Yes, sir.
Suppose it's going in a gut. So how can we check in a blood stream once it is reaching to the gut, and from the gut it may be reaching to the blood also? So how can we check it? Do we have any that kind of technology?
Actually, it's not that evident, and I don't think there is something, but there it causes inflammatory responses in our body. It crosses the lining from the gut. When the absorptions occurs through the villi, it enters the bloodstream, and since due to its chemical composition, it causes inflammatory responses. I am not sure how we can check that, but due to the chemical composition of the plastics, I think it gives a response.
Okay, very good idea. Thank you so much, and you have given a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Momita Maiti, Sikkim Skills University, India. Topic: Bioindicators in the assessment of water pollution in an industrial port city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to you all. I'm Momita Maiti, Sikkim Skill University, Haldia Institute of Technology, Haldia. And my topic is by indicator in the assessment of water pollution in an industrial port city. I'm a resident of Haldia. Haldia is basically an industrial belt located at the southwest tip of West Bengal. This is an industrial hub and as a growing economically important city. So there is a chance of urbanization, industrialization. These are very common here. That's why I chose this place to monitor its water pollution level. And with investigating the seasonal variation, I also chose few by indicators to estimate the water body condition. As the seasonal variation takes a very long duration to monitor water body vastly. So here I only choose the by indicators which can give us a scenario in a very short time. Basically, I use plant indicators and animal by indicators, where the plant indicators indicated the presence of reactive oxygen species and micropollutants present in water body of Haldia, and also it gave an idea on tolerance to pollutants when compared between two plant varieties. I have also selected one fish species, and it acted as animal indicator, where I went through tissue monitoring, and that tissue distortion acted as warning damage signs to health of a fish, which has direct effect on human health. Not only the fish, I also gone through survey with human health and which presented a linkage between the water condition and also the consequent public health, where highlighting their health problems due to pollution as human indicator. So what is bi-indicator? Bi-indicators are naturally occurred species that can be used to monitor the health of an environment or an ecosystem. My study focuses only on plant bioindicators and animal bioindicators. Here is a graphical abstract where I selected two types of plants. Those are Brassica jansea and Scissor arietana. Those are very common plants in India, that is Bengal gram and Indian mustard. And here I have selected four different types of water. Here you can see that station A, station B, station C, and station D. These four types of water I have chosen, where station A is a domestic water body, station B is a domestic water body and also used in fishery business, and station C only used for fishery business, and station D is a canal water where the many industrial effluents are discharged here. I selected a few healthy seed for the germination and treated pot treatment for 2 weeks. And after that, I gone through the assessment of growth parameters and biochemical assessment. Here are the results. Here you can show a variation between two species, Indian mustard and Bengal gram. Mostly the station D, which is a canal water, is shows that it affects the plants very badly. So if I considering the germination or other growth parameters, I can conclude that station D is not a good quality water. But considering overall results, I can say that Indian mustard has high toleration than Bengal gram. So there are the biochemical assessments. And I founded the total carbohydrate, total reducing sugar, total protein, and total DNA I find out. But as my time is short, I can't explain in details. But considering all the growth parameters and biochemical parameters, I can say that as I told previously, that station D or station 4 is a polluted water, but due to minerals abundance, the seedling vigor index or seedling length I found higher here, but other parameters not showed a very much satisfactory result. In treatment B, the germination percentage was found lower in Indian mustard. Maybe some kind of pollutants which decrease the enzyme activity, which leads to biochemical change in seed and reduce the germination percentage. And station 4, as I concluded that it the effluents consist of anions and cations in a high concentration that created morphological and physiological changes in plant. So considering root hairs, root length, and root numbers, and that I found that the Indian mustard is showing very good result. Here also I studied few Pearson correlation between the parameters of water and the growth parameters. Here you can see The Pearson's correlation mostly I found is negative moderate. Negative is showing that means the increasing pollution level is decreasing the growth parameters of plants, and moderate I found I assume that as I treated the plant only for 2 weeks, that's why the result became the moderate. Mostly from this using a plant as by indicator for 2 weeks, I can say the station D is not a good quality water. Here I used misters, which whose common name is Tangra. I use this as a animal by indicator. At the same form, I used 4 different types of water, and I also used here control to find out the difference. So here I also purchased a fixed size fish from the market and treated with 50% dilution of water. And after 2 weeks of treatment, I measured the weight, length, and gone through the histological observations. Here are the mainly I am focusing on my histological observation. Here, this is a histological view of fish gill. Here you can see that treatment A, B, C, D are affecting mostly than treatment T. This is my control. So from after 15 days of treatment, here I found in most cases that the gill structure is destroyed here. There is no proper gill structure. Cell hypertrophy, hyperplasia. Here you can see that epithelium rupture, and here you can see that the epithelium lifting, and there is no proper gill structure, and in treatment D, the overall structure has destroyed. So from this, I can conclude not only treatment D, but my treatment C, that is station C water, that was a fishery water that showed a very high necrosis or high loss of gill structure. From that, I can conclude that not only treatment G, that treatment C also have an effect on fish. These all are for 15 days, but think about this. If those fishery water is treated for a long time, what will affect? It not only affect the fish health, but indirectly or directly it will affect our human health. In this part, I used human health as by indicator, and this is basically a survey-based study where I selected the houses which are lies beside those water bodies, and the random selection of houses was done, and the householder occupants interviews are taken, and before that the questionnaire was organized to get the information on the environmental awareness, knowledge, condition of water bodies, and the effect on health condition. From this graph, after the survey, I found, and I gone through a morbidity prevalence test where I counted the short duration morbidity and the major morbidity, where the fever, cough, cold, waterborne diseases, abdominal pain, loss of appetite, hair loss, those all are considered as short duration morbidity. And for chronic morbidity, I assumed asthma, heart disease, hypertension, neurological problems. The respondents, more than 55% reported short duration morbidity, and 30% of respondents reported the chronic morbidity. But average, comparing all the sites here, also I found that at site D, at the site, this is a canal water where the effluents are mixing, but there are many people, more than 500 families are living beside this canal. But they also not only showed the morbidity, but also they have the skin infection, which indication of the heavy metals presence. As there, I also found they complained about the unusual taste, the mental retardation of their child. So there are many symptoms which indicating the late toxicity. That's why I collected the station D and gone through the atomic absorption spectroscopy in a lab, and I found that the water is having the late toxicity. So these are the advantages of using by indicators. By indicators are good indicator ability have to find out the pollution. These are abundant and common, and these indicators can be well studied, and these have also the economically and commercial importance. So if we neglect the seasonal variation for a long term, but we can in a short time, by using by indicators, I found that not only the station D, the industrial water, but also the fishery water which are using in this Haldia area is not good for health, and I considering this is polluted water. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you, Momita Mighty. Let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dr. Shaukat Ahmad Mir, Baba Gulam Shah Badshah University, Rajouri, JNK, India. Topic: Studies on water quality and microphytic composition and practices in Dal Lake of Kashmir, JNK, India. Dr. Shaukat. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Vandana Yadav, SPC Government College, Ajmer, India. Topic: Histopathological changes induced by quinalphus in the kidney of freshwater fish, Notopretus notopterus.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity.
Okay.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Hi, I want to say something, please.
Yes, sir.
Will we open discussion at the end of the summit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how many presentations left to finish?
There are 12 presentations, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Vandana Yadav, proceed.
Just 1 second, ma'am.
Proceed, please. Vandana Yadav. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Proceed your presentation, please.
My PPT. Sorry, ma'am, you're not able to share my screen.
Vandana Yadav.
Ma'am, can I present without PPT?
I can't hear you.
Hello? Can I present without PPT?
Okay, yes, please.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Vandana Yadav, and I am a research scholar in SPC Government College, Ajmer. My today presentation topic is histopathological changes induced by quinalphos in the kidney of freshwater fish, Notopteris. The organophosphorus insecticides are among the most commonly applied groups of pesticides with high human exposure abilities in the residential or rural environment. Among various pesticide classes, quinalphos is a type of organophosphate which is used in agriculture for pest control. Quinalphos OO-diethyl O-quinoxalin 2,Y-phosphoorothyrate is a synthetic organophosphate, broad range, a non-systemic insecticide that acts as a cholinesterase inhibitor with the stomach, respiratory, and contact action. Quinalphos is used primarily in agriculture for protecting cotton, corn, and fruit trees from different insects. The fish Notopteris was chosen as an experimental technique due to its wide accessibility in nearby ponds as well as lakes. Henceforth, the present investigation was attempted to decide the histopathological impacts on the kidney of quinalphos on freshwater fish Notopteris. And the material methods are used for this experiment is firstly, we collect freshwater fish Notopteris, and the fish were exposed 24, 48, 72, and 96 hours to a sublethal concentration of quinalphos pesticides. Toward the finish of exposure period, fish were randomly chosen for histopathological examinations. They were collected from the Bisalpur Dam and acclimatized with KMNO4 for a time frame of 10 to 15 days in the research facility and conditions in large cemented tanks. The water of these tanks was circulated air through continuously by a stone diffuser associated with a mechanical air blower. The water temperature extended between 24 to 40 degrees centigrade, and the pH was keep up somewhere in the range of 7 to 7.5. Fish were fed twice a day with fish food like rice bran for a present investigation. More developed and grown-up fishes were exposed to 1/10 concentration of LC50 of quinalphos for 24, 48, 72, and 96 hours regularly. 3 batches of 10 fishes for every introduction of the pesticide were utilized. In these tanks, water was supplied every day with new treatment of pesticides. Each examination was joined by its separate control. 3 batches of fish were exposed to 1/10. Hello? Hello? 3 batches of fishes were exposed to 1/10 of the pesticide quinalphos for 24, 48, 72, and 96 hours. Another batch was kept up as controlled. Every one of the batches got a similar kind of nourishment, and different conditions were kept up likewise. Toward the finish of exposure period, fish were chosen for histopathological examinations. Tissues of the kidney were segregated from controlled and investigative fish. Physiological saline arrangement, that is 0.85% NaCl, was utilized to flush and clean the tissues. They were fixed with watery buoyant solution for 48 hours, prepared through reviewed series of alcohol, cleared in xylene and embedded in paraffin bags. Kidney alone were prepared by twofold installing technique. Area were cut at 6 micron thickness, stained with hematoxylin, eosin, dissolved in 70% alcohol, and were mounted in Canada balsam. The photos are 20x amplification, were taken with PC supported magnifying microscope. And the result discussion is teleosed kidney consists of head and body kidneys. Head kidney is the anterior portion of the kidney and consists of lymphoid tissue. Body kidney is composed of many nephrons, interstitial lymphoid tissue. The interstitial tissue is the major hemopoietic tissue in the body. Each nephron consists of 2 parts, the glomerulus and the urinary tubules. The glomerulus capsule consists of an inner and outer layer of single flattened epithelia. Renal tubule consists of single layer of epithelial cells. Magnesium filled the space between the loops of glomerular capillaries. Renal tubules are thin and short in the neck segment. The proximal convoluted segment is divided into 2 parts, that is segment 1 and segment 2. The renal tubule are composed of cuboidal epithelial cells with densely arranged microvilli in the tubular lumen. In second segment, renal tubules are composed of cuboidal epithelial cells. Cilia and microvilli are found in the tubular lumen. In the distal convoluted segment, epithelial cells have no microvilli. The cells of this segment are stained with eosin more faintly than the proximal convoluted segment. Thus, it is easy to distinguish between proximal and distal convoluted segment under the light microscope. Renal tissues of the fish exposed to quinalphos, technical and 25% EC, showed some common pathological changes, like highly degenerative changes were observed in hemopoietic tissues, which include shrinkage of glomerulus, expansion of space between Bowman capsule, hypertrophied cells, and lumen tubule diminution. In 25% EC, intracytoplasmic vacuole in epithelial cells of renal tubule, degenerating hemopoietic tissue with erythrocytes more prominently observed. Beside the above changes, severe necrosis, cloudy swelling in renal tubules and glomerulus cytoplasm were observed. From the body of fish, the waste products are eliminated through kidney. The non-detoxifying pesticide molecules must be eliminated through the kidney of fish, and hence it is susceptible to chemical compounds which, when exposed to lethal and sublethal doses. Quinalphos, while it was eliminated through kidney, might have caused degenerative changes in renal tubule and glomerulus. The posterior kidney of freshwater fish is largely dedicated to the production of copious dilute urine, and it has little responsibility for ion and acid base balance. In marine fish, where they are opposite osmotic gradients, urine flow is severely reduced to elimination of all but the proximal tubules. In some marine species, water loss is further reduced by elimination of glomerular filtration altogether, and renal function depend solely on tubular secretion. All in all, this experiment has given the histology of kidney in the freshwater fish Notopterus and presented to quinalphos for exposure period. It is proposed that sufficient concentration ought to be taken to kill and detoxify the toxicant present in aggregarian emanating and pursue the treatment methodology before let out into oceanic frameworks. What more, we should diminish the pesticide utilization in horticulture fields. Indiscriminate indiscriminative utilization of pesticide will leads into bioaccumulation and bioamplification in human and different vertebrates. It will prompt separate histological and physiological changes. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Jojo madam.
Hello.
Hello, Jojo madam.
Okay.
Hello, I would like to ask one question. What is the LD50 of canal phos pesticide, organic pesticide?
Vandana Yadav.
Please.
Hello, Vandana Yadav. Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, let's proceed. Thank you, Vandana Yadav. Next, we have oral presentation by Rahendra Kumar Joshi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. Topic: Do nitrogen fixing tree species contribute ecosystem services and forest conservation? Rahendra Kumar Joshi. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Muralidharan Velapan, Amit University, India. Topic: Microplastic pollution, an overview of mechanisms on various biota and environmental systems. Oh, okay, sorry. Rahendra Kumar Joshi. Okay, let's proceed. Rahendra Kumar Joshi, we can't hear you. Hello? Hello? Rahendra Kumar Joshi? Hello? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Rahendra Kumar Joshi. We can't hear you. Okay. Okay, Rahendra Kumar Joshi. We will give you time. We can't hear you. Okay, let's proceed. I can't hear you. You're on mute. Sir, you are on mute. Rahendra Kumar Joshi. Okay, I will give you time and I will just call next presenter and I will just call you back. Thank you. Next, we have poster presentation by Neha Tiwari, Gurukula Kangri deemed to be University India. Topic: status of soil nutrients of two different agro-ecosystems of Champawat, Uttarakhand, India. Neha Tiwari. Neha Tiwari. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Muralidharan Balapan, Amit University, India. Topic: microplastic pollution and overview of mechanisms and various biota and environmental systems. We can't hear you.
Try to call her or send her a message because maybe she doesn't hear you either.
Sir, go ahead and proceed. Sir, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, sir. Your mic is on mute. We can't hear you. Itong sunod, mura binharan.
Hello, can I start? Hello. Can I
Okay.
start?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So everyone, good afternoon. So I'm a Muralidhar from Amity University. My presentation is topic on microplastic pollution and overview of mechanism on various biota and environment and system. So coming to the introduction part, in the modern world, the dependence on plastic polymers for the productions of consumers products is inevitable, particularly in reducing the manufacturing cost per height weight, yet durable and goods. This is evidence in the production of basic goods such as clothes and cosmetics, and in complicated and high-tech products such as crucial role as aseptic and disposable tools which generate the highest level hygienic level. Therefore, the importance of today's of consumers is inevitable. Yet the conflicts of the plastic after use having begun to haunt human civilization and threaten the ecosystem equilibrium. So when we come to the microplastic invasion from fish to humans, the human activity has led to microplastic contamination throughout the marine environment. As a result of a widespread contaminations, microplastics are ingested by many species of wildlife including fish and shellfish. Then move on to ecological effects of microplastics on various biota. So effects of microplastics on the environment. The environmental impact of microplastics is due to two main reasons. The first one is the small size facilitates internalizations of biota, and thus the resultant accumulation in the food chain. And the second one is they can absorb pollutants on their surfaces. Certain experiments shows microplastic damages aquatic creatures as well as turtles and birds. The blocked digestive tracts diminish the urge to eat, and after feeding, all of the which reduce growth and reproductive output. Their stomach stuffed with the plastic. Some species of starve and die. When come to the microplastic contamination in commercial marine fishes. So when come to the microplastics in what are the species specifically mollusks such as mussels, oysters, and scallops collected of the coast of Asia contained the highest level of microplastic among seafood. Research found after reviewing the 50% of studies that tested samples indicated for human consumption. So which fish that are considered the healthiest choice include wild Alaskan salmon, Pacific sardines, but can enter the microplastics. Okay, and stable fish, uh, black and black cod and squid. So much of the research surrounding mercury levels and PCBs and microplastics remains is conclusive. And when we talk about in the introduction part of the microplastic content in commercial fishes, in recent decades, marine debris compositions has seen as a shift from the natural materials such as seaweeds, shells, pumice, and wood floating the oceans to a dominations by plastic. Studies suggest 60 to 80% of marine debris on shorelines, the seafloor, and floating in the oceans consist of plastics. So when we talk about microplastic contamination, microbes, and chemical contamination, so current problem facing researchers globally is microplastic as well as the toxic chemical pollution of the ecosystem. Microplastic carry toxic chemicals in the ecosystem, serving as a vector for transport. Microplastics serve as a carrier of microbial pathogen and toxic chemicals in the environment, partitioning the coefficient from the conventional and direct models can explain chemical absorption on microplastics. Microplastic accumulation in microbe could pose an adverse effect on their growth and metabolism. When to talk about when see an overview of toxic ecological impacts of microplastics in freshwater ecosystem, according to the recent study, the same is the true for the seafood largest European rivers. According to the Lichner and his colleagues, used the stationary and Dorifax and the visual inspection to monitor the plastic debris in the Austrian Danube. The authors report also approximately 950 during the year of 2012. The plastic items in the class of 0.52 and 50 millimeter. So in the worst case scenario, Danube would be charging 4.5 times per day and 1,500 times plastics to the Black Sea. The latter is the more than the total plastic load of the whole year. Atlantic Gary and his colleagues provided the first of evidence that large rivers transport significant amount of microplastics and then contribute sustainability to the microplastic pollutions. So when coming to the end of the session of microplastic interactions with the different organisms in the food web. So how do we microplastics affects the marine food web? Once in the ocean, persistent toxic chemicals such as bisphenol and pesticides stick to and accumulate on plastic particles, adding extra layers of contaminations. It is possible that contaminations on microplastics as absorbed by animals and enter the food chain. food chains. So I can conclude the part. In spite of the almost all a decade of research, microplastic mechanism and various biota is still in its emergence, and it is still very difficult to estimate. Yes, this is due to limited information available about rates of degradation and fragmentation, the leaching of chemicals into the environmental matrices, and the entry into the food chain. Moreover, biological responsible microplastics on the chemical molecular level are difficult to interpret, as the chemicals is complex and versatile. Can be concluded further that current plastic use is not sustainable, which calls for an immediate change in the plastic production, consumption, and human behavior to reduce the amount of microplastics present in the environmental highlights. The large scale impacts of plastic debris on ecosystem functions as major knowledge gap. Thank you. Finished.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Yes, please. Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is there any recommendation to reduce the microplastics? What can we do?
So, in what sense you are asking, sir? It's in the fish or environmental?
Both.
In the sense, basically the first thing is the human attitude will change. The number of plastics should be reduced. The toxic compounds should not be exposed to the environment. That way you can reduce.
We should do something globally. We should prevent the plastic in all countries, especially the plastic bags. The plastic bags is one of the major danger.
What, sir? Because your voice is echoing.
Sorry, I couldn't hear this well.
No, your voice is echoing, so that I couldn't understand what you are asking.
I mean, no, it's just a comment. We should make a regulation to prevent plastic globally.
Sir, that is a very difficult task, sir, in my opinion, because slowly the usage of plastic material should make the government policies to ask them to reduce the eco-friendly plastics. In other way, I can say.
Yes, you know, one of the countries in Africa, it's called Kenya. They made a penalty of using plastic bags for just using and producing. You can go to jail if you produce.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand, because presently, in my knowledge, in India, because where I am in India, the plastic usage is very much reduced. the same behavioral pattern to make the reduce the plastic content. That way we can reduce.
Well, yes, you're right. It's very difficult, but we will still insist of doing something about it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Muralidharan sir. Hello.
Yeah, tell me, sir.
Hello, Muralidharan sir. What are the morphological changes when the
Your voice?
Yes.
Your voice is Voice echoing, sir.
What are the morphological changes in fish when they are contaminated by microplastics?
So you are asking when the chemical.
Morphological changes in fish when they are contaminated by microplastics.
Okay, you are asking what are changes?
Morphological changes. So
in marine species.
Marine fishes. Morphological changes in fish.
Yeah. So, see, so diagnose a individual species is quite difficult. You can we can get the assistance from the marine pathologists. See, if you take a marine edible fish, so there will be a growth stunter and a reproductive failure, and there will be a toxic chemical accumulations in the liver. That way I can say.
Now, in morphological changes, how we can identify it is microplastic contaminated? When we buy fish, we have to eat the fish. We can't stop eating fish. When we buy the fish, we should identify morphologically.
No, you can see the taste. Change of the taste will be there. Because earlier, like 20 years before, if you take a sardine and what do you call and Lucianus campechinus, it's a common edible commercial. Their tastes are different, and nowadays the taste is very much changed. That way we can assess.
Okay. Good, Brilliant answer. Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Moralid Haran Bulapan.
Thank you.
Next, let's proceed. Oral presentation by K. Priyanka, Sister Nivedita University, India. Topic: Bacterial depolymerization of synthetic plastics. Potential solutions of plastic pollution.
Hello.
Hello.
Is my screen visible? Am I audible? Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
am I audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
You can see your screen.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm K. Priyanka from Sister Nivedita University, and my topic is microbial degradation of microplastics using bacteria. So, every plastic on the earth is in the same form or the other with different properties of plastics developed over last 150 years. Plastics are non-reactive, resilient, useful, cheap, malleable, durable, waterproof, but above all, non-biodegradable. And more than 90% of plastics are not recycled. They pile up into landfills and leach into the soil. So,
We can't see your screen.
you can't see my screen. Okay, I'm sharing. Hello?
Hello.
Is my screen visible? Oh.
Yeah, your screen's visible, but we can't see your presentation.
No. Okay, just a minute.
Okay.
Hello, is my presentation visible?
Yes. Okay, proceed, please.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. What are microplastics? Microplastics are plastics smaller than 5 nanometers, and they can be classified into two: primary and secondary plastics. Primary plastics are the factory microplastics, and the secondary plastics are broken down particles of a large plastic particles. And the sources are industrial, plastic bottles, construction. Coastal sources are fishing net, shipping litters, and domestic toothpaste, cosmetics, washing of clothes. And the affected biota are endless. Fishes, everyone is affecting. Fishes called seabird, zooplankton, human, plants, animal, everyone. So why is microplastic such a big issue? Because it is present in everywhere: water, air, soil, and even it was found in the placenta, through which the fetus is connected to the mother. So microplastics have reached to such a large extent. So we need to come with a solution to it. So, when a plastic litter is in 1 meter, so it affects the soil's physio and chemistry. And when it changes into microplastics, so it enters into the food web and reduces the growth. And when it in the nanoparticle form, it is lethal. It becomes lethal, toxic. So as the size reduces, it becomes more toxic. So what happens when it reacts with a biofilm? What is a biofilm? Biofilm is a group of bacterial colony produced on a plastic surface. So in water environment, microplastic come into contact with the inorganic particles, organic particles, and microorganisms, which can attach to the surface of the microplastic and colonize and form a biofilm. Biofilm can damage the structure and function of the microplastics in various ways, like masking the surface properties, degrading and secreting microplastic, modifying or degrading enzymes, and releasing metabolic byparticles. And there are 4 steps for it. In the first stages, the micro adhere to the surface of the microplastics and alter the surface properties. The second stage, leaching of the additives and monomers out of the microplastics by cells and enzyme degradation increase. And in the third stage, the enzymes or the radicals of a biological origin attach the microplastic and leading to both and the loss of the mechanical stability. And in the fourth stage, accumulation of water and microbial filament penetrating the microplastic, leading to the decomposition and further utilization of microplastics by the microorganisms. So this is the picture. And the first is the Bacillus species, YP1, and the second one is the Enterobacterial species, YP1. The plastic surface. And these all are the bacterial stains capable of degrading microplastics under laboratory conditions and in the environmental conditions. So they can different types of plastics. PS is polystyrene, PP is polypropylene, PET is polyethylene tetrafilate, and PLA is polyacetic acid. So they have different degradation duration, and many of the enzymes are not known yet, and very few of the enzymes are known, and research is still going on. So how they do it? The pathway of polymerization of biodegradation. So the micro-mediated microplastic degradation is governed by different factors, including the microplastic chemical structure and molecular weight, as well as a different type of molecular microplastic and the environmental condition. The type of functional groups also play an important role. The particle size of the microplastic are relatively large comparison to the pore size of the cell membrane. So we have to reduce the size. We have to depolymerize it in a monomer form. So it is done by the enzymes, hydrolase, and converted into monomer form. So this green lines are functional group, and this Question marks are for the enzymes yet to be identified. And these all are the enzymes through which the degradation happens and convert into monomer forms, and the cell intakes metabolism happens and they convert into biomass. And how the microplastic interact with the microorganisms. So these are the enzymes. So in what happens, these aggregate quickly and incorporate into the biogenochemical cycle in the water column and acting as a surface of the element cycling or as a carbon sources. The particles and aggregate as a suspended, transported and settle into the water column, where they interact with the microorganisms and settle the particles and aggregate, undergo abiotic and biotic process and sediment water into surface, and when buried and in the sediment, here physical and chemical liquidative process can occur. So these all are the marine type of plastic present in the marines, and these all are the microorganisms, bacteria and fungi, which these are the species type and habitat which they live in. And these are the plastics which are present in the land and microorganisms which can be created, which are bacteria and fungi. And these are the species and habitat in which they live in. So what we can do is can use for the shopping, take own bag, we can use stop using walls and other plastic materials. We can just look around ourselves in our house. What plastics are we using? Water bottles, kitchen or containers. So we can stop buying them and we can use metal containers and copper or even glass containers. Replace plastics and not throwing them, and throwing everything in a different containers. For example, plastic, glass, paper, organic, and everything in a separate bin, so that it can be easy for the government to recycle it. And even the toothpaste contain microplastic. So just these are the microparticles also. We can stop using plastic bags, for example. This we can alter that, and we can, for plastic bottles, we can use glass bottles or copper bottles. By these all remedies, we can at least take a step forward towards stop using, because every individual have to contribute something so that world can change. And these all are the references, and thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
It's very nice presentation. Thank you very much. I just
sir.
would like to comment that it's not individual efforts to reduce this type of plastic usage. It has to be country regulations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, K. Priyanka. Next, oral presentation by Demosmita Saha at Damas University, India. Topic: pesticides, nutrients and metal pollution and risk assessment of River Ganga. Demosmita Saha. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dr. Partha Sarathi Bhattacharjee, Charji, Jijiga University, Ethiopia. Topic: Changing climate, climatic whimsies, and its effect on sedentarization process and livelihood of pastoral community at Jijiga, Warada, Somali region, Ethiopia, East Africa. Dr. Partha Sarathi. Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dharmendra Yadav, Amity University, Noida, India. Topic: Commission for Air Quality Management. Will it be helpful in combating air pollution in Delhi NER?
Partha is presenting. Please wait.
Dharmendra Yadav. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the previous presentation has shared his screen.
Yes. You've seen your screen. Proceed, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Proceed,
Good
please.
morning to Good morning to all, and good morning to Chairperson Dr. Libriati Jardarsti and all presenters and organizing committee. My topic is that changing climate and climatic whimsies and its effect on sedentarization process and livelihood of pastoral community at Jijiga Oreda, Somali region, Ethiopia. A brief view on inclusive growth and development study. Along with me, Mr. Abdirahman Maktal Ali, senior lecturer, and Mr. Ayanle Ige, senior lecturer, both the researchers. We are presenting this paper. Introduction. Actually, climate change refers to change in the longer term pattern of behavior of the atmosphere over millennia, or more recently as a result of natural process or human activity. Newsom and Andrew and Daleg Ben et al. 2018 studied it. Changes of climate and climatic whimsies have become routine phenomenon throughout the world in general and Ethiopia in particular, because of rising unnecessary and intolerable human activities against nature. This has adding the enormous amounts of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and greenhouse gases, thereby change natural climate with temperature varieties. See the figure below. It was studied by Bhattacharjee, Omar et al. 2021, how the carbon dioxide is changing the temperature. Next, it has a direct and indirect impact on Earth and climate to make frequent changes and whimsies, affecting in many ways the sedentarization process lead to livelihoods of pastoral community in Jijiga. Ethiopia is one among landlocked countries in Horn of Africa where approximately 12 to 15 million pastoralists reside in 61% of the nation's landmass. World Bank studied in 2003 and Mullerman and Redberg and Girum in 2010. The pastoral areas in Ethiopia are regarded as drought vulnerable with chronic food shortage, studied by S. Desta 2013. That led to bring more people under poverty line. Frequent movements with their livestock to find alternate livelihood resources, ultimate challenge in sedentarization issues, inclusive growth and development. Because when they are moving with their livestock for alternate livestock, it is very difficult to make them to live in a particular or permanent place. That therefore they become a marginalized. So it becomes a challenge for inclusive growth and development issue. Statement of the problem. Jijiga Oreda in Somali region are marked by rainfall variability, fast return rate of drought cycles, and associated uncertainty to access water resources and grazing for animals feeding. Conway and Skipper 2010 studies. These recurring situations have invited many think tanks to find sustainable solutions and to give a new definition of inclusive growth and development. Research questions. There are research questions which developed to find out the answer. What mechanism can be developed so that climate challenges can be possible to convert opportunities? How can local adaptation technique be promoted as a resilience strategy? How to develop a path of development for this marginalized community so that it would be easy to redefine the concept of inclusive growth and development. The scope and significance of the study is, the study has tried to focus different issues of climate change and its impact on a particular community, that is pastoral at Jijiga Oreda, Somali region in Ethiopia, that is under sub-Saharan Africa. Many challenges that are faced by pastoral community in losing their livelihoods during sedentarization process in a particular area, discuss this research and try to find sustainable solution of their vulnerabilities. There are many studies conducted before, which I have shown in the slides. So due to shortage of time, I need not to discuss much. Then theoretical formulation. Marxist school developed theory of dependency thoughts, shown class struggle, Karl Marx 1976. At the same time, Joseph Schlich 1999 has been developed more on modernized way than traditional of the same time. Alobi Samin 1982 viewed free world model of development through adopting technological change. Prokai 1991 is defined as a pauperism. Prokai explained was associated rightly or wrongly with features such as mobility, vagrancy, independency, fragility, promiscuity, ignorance. Sachs 1992 analyzed the central constructs or key words of the development discourse, such as market, planning, population, environment, production, equality, participation, needs, poverty. Escobar 1995 and 98 examining local construction to the extent that they are the life and history of the people, that is the condition of for change. But 1990, Sen defined development as comparing human basic needs and choices through equal participation. Materials and methods. Selection of study area. Among 12 oredas in Fapan zone, the Somali region was selected purposefully. Issues and discussion. That climate vulnerability, large section from service poverty, developed low adaptive capacity, thereby flourishing vulnerability, effectiveness and institution also need to be changed, because climate vulnerability to handle all these issues, institutions should play a pivotal role so that this marginalized community should get certain extent of support in order to build up their adaptive capacity and thereby to find out their alternate livelihood pattern. Understanding of the relationship between growth, poverty, and inequality. K. Alexander, 2005. It is very much a necessity to understand between the relationship between growth, poverty, and inequality in order to address the issues under studies. Then socio-economic political challenges are one hand and climatic vagaries on the other, ultimately pushing this pastoral community in the brink of inequality, poverty, and marginalization. The study shows in 2014 that how these people are marginalized and how these challenges, climatic challenges, are pushing them into brink of inequality. Giving value to traditional indigenous knowledge become crucial to see success of any development activities. Because if you want to solve this problem, then we have to acknowledge their indigenous knowledge. Because above all, they are unable to adapt the latest technology in order to fight against the climate change. So indigenous knowledge should be given the importance. Escobar 1995 and 98 rightly pointed out the remarking of development must start by examining local construction to the extent that they are the life and history of the people. That is the condition of any change. Then their indigenous perception also, I have seen that there is many ways to see that onset, late onset, no change, about the rainfall variability. They have their own perception, and based upon their perception, they predict the rainfall pattern and rainfall variability. Then adaptive and coping mechanism. They have a herd diversification and livestock rearing. Then proactive and preventive measures, like they take timelines of the response and government interventions. Certain case studies. Case number 1, Muhammad Abdi, name change, is a pastoral living in Jijiga, Oreda. He explained about death of livestock due to shortage of water and food. He lost his earning potentials. Then Muhammad Jamal Bar, another pastoralist, he lost livestock. He is affected by chronic disease. And case number 3, Salima Yusuf, a lady of around 50 years of age, she lost her husband during conflict while using common resources for livestock when they moved out to nearby Oreda. Then theoretical application. Sen viewed about development was comparing human basic needs and choices in different socio-economic, political, demographical, geographical circumstances through equal participation of human beings to great fruits of the growth, not just the richest few. Then conclusion. The exceptional growth of population in Africa in general, and particularly in Ethiopia, overlapping with human needs by wants, are natural phenomena today. Therefore, time has come to bring new innovation in each step of development activities where inclusive growth is concerned, so that the marginalization trends of certain segments of society, like pastoralists, can be curbed. We cannot avoid climate change. Climate whimsies, and anymore. We all have to survive with this. Therefore, we need to strengthen the links between and among traditional practices like indigenous knowledge, beliefs with modern methods. Need to create strong digitalization platforms to curb the unnecessary movements of the marginalized community, in particular to link with their socio-economic needs. Then suggestion. Better coordination among local, regional, and central levels of authority is required, creating platform to share their experiences, knowledge, information, skills among their communities, sectors, and institutions, and we need to strengthen the institution pillars. There are certain pictures for they have how they are settling after displacement in some place. in other OREDA, and the child vulnerability. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam,
Thank you.
for giving the opportunity. Thank you, madam.
Hello, Banerjee sir. Banerjee
Hello.
sir. Hello.
Bhattacharya.
Sorry, Bhattacharya ji. Sorry.
Yeah.
Extremely
Yeah.
sorry. What is the role of human being in sustaining biodiversity even in the climatic change? What is the role of human being?
See, in human being role is they should go for some adaptation. So when they for adaptation they have to learn through nature, and for that they need certain support.
Okay, good presentation, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Partha Sarathi.
Thank you.
Next, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dharmendra Yadav, Amity University, Noida, India. Topic: Commission for Air Quality Management. Will it be helpful in combating air pollution in Delhi?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, is my screen visible? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dharmendra Yadav. I'm PhD scholar in Amity University. Today, I'm presenting a paper on Commission for Air Quality Management. Will it be helpful in combating air pollution in Delhi NCR? As we have seen, environmental hazards have become the prime concerns for the government throughout the world today, and Delhi is also a part of it. India was ranked 168 in the 12th edition of the Biennial Environment Performance Index in 2020 that measured the environmental performance of 180 countries, and we have ranked 168. That's not a good ranking as well. If you'll go by the definition of the air pollution means any solid, liquid, or gaseous substance present in the atmosphere in such concentration as may be injurious to the human beings or other living creatures. Major pollutants found in the atmosphere are CO2, SO2 particulate matter, NO2, lead, O3 heavy metals like mercury and benzene. There are the various history occurrences that have been in the past, and if you can see, in 2017, Delhi smoke was one of the prominent and catch the world eye in that time. Air pollution in Delhi NCR, if you'll see, a global compilation of PM 2.5 particulate pollution data by IQ Air, an organization which releasing the data, has ranked Delhi among the most polluted city of the world with an annual average of 84.1 microgram per meter cube. During the autumn and winter season also, the safer that agency which releasing the data has told that the adjoining areas burns millions of tons. We have seen the stubble burning that is happening in the neighboring states of Delhi, that is Punjab, Haryana, and UP. And Delhi is suffering because of the stubble burning that is happening in the nearby states. There are also various diseases also because of air pollution, and lung element like asthma, emphysema, lung cancer are one of the prominent cases because of Delhi pollution. If you see by the graph which is visible on the screen, that is by the orfonline.org, we have seen that during the winter seasons in the October and November month, there is a case of stubble burning and the burning of the firecrackers because the air pollution has been at the drastic level during this time, and the air quality remains to be severe and very poor in that. So there are, if you see the structure, that there are various agencies involved in controlling the air pollution in Delhi NCR. If you'll see, there are local bodies like NDMC, Delhi Cantonment Board, then the municipal corporations, various state governments involved in that, and if we by the union government, then CPCB, the various ministries involved, then the Environmental Pollution Control Authority, which recently been replaced by the Commission on Air Quality Management. There are various drawbacks also because of the multi-level governance framework. Even the small things we have to cater for, like the simple idea execution have become cumbersome because of the various agencies, the various levels And the grievance redressals in case of citizens also become difficult as there is no common point of contact. There are various other agencies involved. The Environmental Pollution Control Authority, as we have seen, it is a Supreme Court mandate body that has been tasked to tackle air pollution in NCR, and that has been replaced by the Commission on Air Quality Management. The Commission on Air Quality Management is constituted as a central body which will consolidate all the concerned bodies, bring them under one platform, and make sure that all actions related to the air quality management are carried out in an efficient, comprehensive, and time-bound approach. Like all the agencies that are there at the past, that will be included in the one umbrella, and that will comes under the Commission for Air Quality Management. The power of the commission will also supersede that of any another body in matters of air pollution, because in the recent past we have seen that there is a conflict between the state governments and the central government regarding the air pollution matter. So the order of this commission will prevail now. The statutory status has been given to the commission. In the last, we can conclude should be a proper communication and coordination network between all the bodies to ensure optimum output of the measures taken in order to control air pollution. And the government has given the statutory status to this commission and has expressed a strong political will to control the air pollution. And in the recommendation, there are further new studies to be conducted during the winter season, as we have seen in the past, that during the winter season only the pollution level goes on increasing. That's from my side. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Hello, Dharmendra?
Yes, certainly.
Yes, actually, my question is nowadays the environmental issues are air pollution is the biggest issue, but as well as the if 100 years ago the plastic is not invented, but plastic is a major issue. But the latest research, as per the Guardian article 2 months ago, they published the plastic particle, which type of the plasticizer particle or polymer particle contaminated to air because of the 2 months ago. The Guardian article is a remarkable comment on the air pollution. The newborn child have some plastic particles are present in the stomach of the baby, the newborn baby, 1 or 2 days. So actually, it's a pollution is one of the safest portion of the on the earth is the mother stomach for the baby. So actually, how can we are just we can inhibit this pollution? Or is it's a because of my work on the nanoparticles. So actually, I search out about it. Ki how can we are inhibit these micro particles remove from the environment?
Sir, regarding the nanoparticles, we are not doing any research, because till now we are conducting the research on PM 2.5, PM10, NO2, and CO2 levels. For the nanoparticles, it's a different domain, sir. So we'll search it about how we can do that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Your presentation is a good and superb, and thanks a lot for giving answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed. Next, we have poster presentation by Sailaja, Oracle University, India. Earth for each, save neighborhood friends. Sailaja. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Proceed, please.
Am I audible? Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. This
Good
is
afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Sailaja, working for Oracle University in India. I am a principal instructor to handle couple of trainings as per company product and customer requirements. But I'm very much interested in environmental science. I'm also a student of BITS Pilani in India. I'm now in the third semester, end of third semester. Next month is the exam, final exam. And after that, we have a dissertation work. So I'm very much interested in the environment field. So I entered and I got an opportunity to present here. Yesterday I gave one presentation in green chemistry, and this is my poster presentation. This is not my research, but this is my analysis as part of my studies. So I consolidated few points, but going forward, I'm very much interested to do PhD in environmental science. So that's the brief about myself. So I give my e-poster presentation from now. This is the topic I selected for Earth for each. Each is it is representing to all living and non-living entities on the Earth. And my major point on this presentation is as per my some of the observations to near to the surroundings to my home, surroundings to my environment and office, or based on my observations, I have prepared this e-poster. So here neighborhood friends represent the animals whatever closely live with us, like dogs, cats, and birds, that general birds and common birds in everywhere, and all things which are living around us are in a common living things that I am considering for this e-poster. The main this poster is giving about the my analysis about seriousness about the different pollutions and the scope of this identification, mainly to impact to the our neighborhood friends, like animals, birds, which are commonly living with us and surrounding with us, and how that really causing them about health issues in animals and birds. Some of the examples also provided in different section on the same e-poster. The reason mainly causing for the pollutions, not only the industries, not only the like latest technologies and all. It is also a behavior about the human behavior, means not very care about what they are actually living with environment. So I mean, it is a selfishness. It is actually I found in many. I'm not saying to each and every human, but I found many are like a selfishness, and they're not care about what they are doing with respect to environment. Like people who uses the cigarette, they just drop their the last piece of the cigarette on the roads and on the roadsides. So that is also causing to the animals, they which they travel on that roadsides and all that. So that is also one of the example. And different types of pollutions provided in this particular e-poster. And finally, I also collected some information on my analysis and provided few recommendations. But this has to go very depth in future for the research point of view. Now, what is the problem? The problem is about the pollution is not only impacting to the humans. Pollution is also impacting to the other living common living things that are animals, birds, which are seriously affecting due to pollutions. And pollutions are different types that we can directly discuss in this section, that is environment analysis section. Here I given types of pollutions and what is the source for this type of pollution commonly available in urban areas or rural area. Depends upon the scope. The noise pollution is generally causing by the cars, trucks, airplanes, ships, oil extraction, factories, industries, sounds from cities. All these are the causing for the noise of pollution. Even at my home, I can feel that in the midnight around 1 o'clock, a smell and sound from factory which are near to at my home. So that is one of my observation. Air pollution is a very serious issue nowadays. This is also causing by the factories, cars, planes, and aerosol cans and cigarette. This is the example I given. So people are using a cigarette, and at end of that, the piece what is available with them, that that's just throwing it on the roads and roadsides. That not only harm to human, it is harm to air, it is harm to the animals and birds traveling on the roadside. And light pollution, it is also a global issue. It is due to electrical lights really we are using to enjoy ourselves. Okay, fine, human has to enjoy, human has to enjoy the life. Life is for enjoyness, that's fine, no problem. But we have to think about the others who are living surroundings to us, and what is our action is going to impact to the other living things. We need to think, and then enjoy is not only for us. The earth is for everyone to enjoy. Birds are suffering, dogs are suffering, cats are suffering due to heavy lights, and night times we use these heavy lights, and we enjoy in mainly in the festivals. But dogs and birds and cats are the is the sleeping time after a sunset. That's the nature thing. But we are disturbing them to the animals and birds. They are disturbing their own natural style, and finally impacting to the health and behavior of birds changing, behavior of dog changing due to the disturbance in the natural flow of the life. Water pollution is also causing to the birds and animals. See, this reasons of this, it is uh, roadside washing thing, car washing. The what you call shops are there, and they use the water and just they throw out on the roads, and they leave the water just like that. That water is using by the dogs and other birds also. Pigeons, they don't know, they in the sun, I mean wherever the heat is more, mostly in the during during the different seasons, The pigeons are coming to the small water bodies, and they are taking that water um, due to thirst and all, but that water is not a clean water. This water is coming out from the humans who they use the water for their cleaning purpose, etc. And that is a chemical, and the birds and animals, they don't know. They only want the water, and people are not putting water at outside of their home, and they are not keeping the water to drink by the animals and birds. Very few people taking care that, but a majority of the humans not thinking on that way. But the what how they get water, they are getting water like this. So that is also a very important, we have to think on that, and we have to think about them and take care. Land pollution, this is again same industry, due to transport, due to some economic activities. While traveling, people are taking themselves a water and everything, and they are throwing just like that everything on the roads and everything, but it is impacting to animals and birds. And this section give you what impact by these different types of pollutions. The noise pollution, really causing to the birds or the animals which are in the feeding stage, that is reducing. And hearing problems, they cannot hear properly. They are not able to understand what sound it is. Is it the sometimes the sounds are coming suddenly. Example, Deepavali is the festival in India. It is a crackers festival. Though crackers are suddenly coming in a particular day or a particular days of the year only, not very regular. So suddenly they afraid about the sounds, and that suddenly they disappear. I observed really at my home. The birds are just for 2 days, they are going away from homes, and they are going away and staying for 2 days or 3 days. After that, they are coming back to their homes because of the afraid about the sudden noise and everything. And sometimes it is finally causing for death also. And air pollution, it affect to animal health, and its birth defects. The babies are, it's not giving birth with the normal situations. They are coming out with a different coming to the life with a different problems, birth problems, and sometimes they cannot live for long also. And light pollution, as I said, already mentioned, sometimes the wake up habits and sleeping habits are changing to them. So this finally impact to the bird and animal, the natural behavior. They don't behave that what the actual naturality is with them, that cannot continue due to disturbances in the sleep and etc. Water pollution, sometimes the water bodies are directly consuming by the animals, and other times small fishes sometimes we can find in the water body. That fishes are within the water body, but water body itself is contaminated. That fish is using as a food by the bird, and the finally bird is going to impact. Bird is dying also with the contaminated water, and with the fish living in that contaminated water. So fish is impacting due to health and due to the water bodies, due to contaminated water body, and that fish is consumed by the bird, and bird is also finally impacting. So that is the life cycle, complete life cycle is impacting. Land pollution, at some for best example I give, sparrows are near at my home. I only found sparrows around in fingertips. 4 or 5 sparrows I can see in a particular period of the year only. And actually Sparrow is a very small living bird, and that bird is almost going to disappear. So that is also due to pollutions only, either land or a water or a air pollution. And the next section is proposed recommendations, and this it is as per my current analysis. One example best I give you. Okay, you can see a one figure blue color dog. This is the dog not colored by me. This is the dog actually with the colored. We found it in Mumbai location. What happened to this dog? You know, one of the water body is contaminated with a chemical or something else. That water is used by this dog, and water after consuming just within a days or hours, the skin color has changed due to the chemical inside the water. The dog is now that was suffering with the skin problems. It is skin impacted, so it may cause for any health, serious health. Finally, it may go to cancer also. We can't say anything, right? So, but anyway, color has changed. It means it's serious impact. So, like this, we can give examples of how animals and birds are impacting. Okay, then some recommendations are there for noise kind of pollutions. As a human, the very like a basic fundamental rules, every human has to follow very minimum things. Then that at least saves some of the neighborhood trends. That is a speed reduction. Sometimes the people are driving with a very speed, and the dogs or animals are afraid about that speed, and sometimes they are dying and because of their wrong. I mean, it is because of their driving itself. Horns, if we control that horn usage, unnecessarily humans are using horns sometimes. We should be ourselves very responsible. Horn is only for it really a problem to us to move ahead, then only we use. Otherwise, no, not required. Loudspeakers during festivals and during any functions and all, lot of loudspeakers they are putting outside the home itself. You maintain within home or function hall. Why outside? Outside not required. Outside there are many living things. The time to them is to sleep. So we should also think about them. Then we enjoy, no problem. Crackers I already explained, and air pollution. Air is actually it's a huge area to discuss, but I slightly given but leaves generally the municipality team, sometimes ourselves only, whatever the dust is coming because of the trees, and that we burn just like that. Instead of burning, if we put that leaves in the ground, it becomes like a the compost to the trees only. So avoiding burning leaves, that is one in under our control. So these recommendations only for individual human. So at first we have to start with a individual, then we can think about like a larger area. So every human first, am I following this? Am I harming to environment, or am I harming to my friends like animals, birds, and all that are also very important. Without them, we cannot live first. So that we have to think, and keeping items just like that, throwing the carry bags outside, used bottles, materials, metals, throwing outside. This is all not a like a responsible person. We have to care on that. Live lights you use, light pollution, lights you use, but not with very bright, and it's not like nighttime means it's nighttime for sleep more and not for enjoy more. Your health also is going to impact. That is human health. Enjoy, but we must maintain some limitations, right? And water. Don't throw the used water for the cleaning and all. If you cleaned any some vehicles and all, you washed anything which is already contaminated, the remaining water not just throwing outside. If that you do that, and the animals don't know all that, and they use it and impact land also. And land is actually reducing non-biodegradable materials. Users point of view, let us try to reduce this thing, and if any item we purchased, we reuse it. I'll give one example. I already implemented at my home itself. Water bottles. If I purchase any water bottle, that is a plastic bottle. The bottle I'm not throwing outside. The bottle we are using for two different purposes. One, we cut that bottle on the top, and the remaining part we use like a small dustbin in the kitchen. So at least for one day, that bottle can benefit for like a dustbin and then throw it. That is one usage I implemented. Another usage is the bottle again. First, the top portion cutted small, and then that is cutted again half. Then it becomes like a bowl. That bowl we are using for birds to eat food. So that is the reusability. Just I'm giving an example. These are as per my idea I have implemented, but a lot of ideas we can also implement many. So final conclusion is that due to pollution, not only human is impacting, and our neighborhood friends like the animals, birds are affecting a lot. We have to care along with us. We care them along with us. The earth is not for only for us, that is for everybody. Everybody has rights to live healthy, happily. So hence human has to make sure not causing any harm to the environment because of their any behavior or any activity. Some diagrams I provided finally here. And this is the diagram you see. Very sad about this. The bird just died due to air pollution. This is the sparrow due to air pollution. Shrinked out. It's looking like a very unhealthy and very weak. It cannot fly at all. The dog we discussed, and this is the cow eating the food which is coming with the carry bags, but cow don't know that taking food only from the carry bag, it's eating as it is with the carry bag itself. So who is responsible for keeping the dust outside? Human, right? So that is what I tried my level best to provide as a consolidated points on this. That's all from my side, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present here. I'm very much interested in this field, and thank you so much. And I can also expect more and more opportunities in future here. Thank you all. Any questions, please let me know. Hello.
Are there any questions?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Can I say a question or a comment?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, thank you for the different presentation. It's different because you have mentioned that the cause of the pollution happens by humans and animals. And this is very strange, actually. I don't swallow it. Haven't you mentioned that one of the main causes of the different issues of pollution you have mentioned is the population increase?
Right, true. Very good point. Thank you, sir.
Yes, and I still disagree about the animals affecting the pollution, because the animals has no brains and they are working naturally as part of the ecosystem.
Correct.
So we shouldn't judge them of any pollution.
Correct.
It's the cause of the humans 100%.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sailaja. Next, let's proceed. Oral Oral presentation by Kashifa Iqbal, Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, India. Flow habitat relation for integrity of freshwater ecosystems. Kashifa.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, I Dr. Pratima. And I have a query.
Okay.
My presentation is another group, but that was not working yet. And my time slot is also 3 p.m.
Okay, let's just proceed.
I'm waiting for this and trying to connect with, but I'm not able to connect.
Okay, we'll come back to you later.
Okay, ma'am.
Let's proceed. Oral presentation by Dr. Preeti Chinkolikar, IES College of Technology, India. Worship and devotion in reducing pollution, awareness idealized. Dr. Preeti?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all, the dignitaries, the organizers, and everyone throughout the world in the 7th GoGreen Summit. I welcome you to the presentation. Am I able to share the screen, please?
We can see your screen, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, proceed.
Is my screen clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So today I'm going to present a little bit different topic, that is worship and devotion in reducing pollution, awareness idealized. I'm Dr. Preeti Chincholikar, Professor Chemistry, IES College of Technology, IES University Campus, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. The contents of my presentation are introduction, the problem we are going to discuss, the activities related to the problem, and then the awareness that have been inculcated, the remedies that have come through the awareness and the solutions derived from it, and finally, my approach of conclusion and the references which I have utilized to study this case. Let me introduce you to India, a country full of colors and festivals. The colors and festivals are its another second name, you can say. And meanwhile, when the colors or the festivals are being celebrated, they are always followed by certain rituals. And the rituals are imbibed with worship and total dedicated devotion. And the worship that you come across is worshipping the idols. Idol worshipping is done in different forms. When the idol worshipping is carried out at the community level, it is followed in a periodicity. And finally, after a 10-year period of the worshipping ritual, the idol is immersed in water. This is known as Visarjana or Nimarjana in various languages of India. And in English, we call it as ideal immersion. Next. Then what's the problem? The problem here is the major sentiment associated with the all rituals of worship and devotion, along with the followed worshipping rituals that requires a very sentimental approach. The day of immersion is a very crucial day for the finishing of that festivities to end. This is done by worshipping and performing puja, what we call. All rituals are performed, and flowers, garlands, betel nuts, betel leaves, and fruits, etc., sweets and fruits, etc., are offered to the deity. And then, with all due respect and sanctity, the idol, the worshipped idol of God, is carried to the nearby water reservoir for immersion. That is a way of due respect paid to the deities in order to pervade their energies throughout the environment. So what problem will arise if it is a immersion day? We generate certain biodegradable materials, debris in form of flowers, fruits, peels of fruits, and garlands, threads, etc. And what is the other part of problem that is associated with the day of immersion is the idol itself. Because most of the idols are made up of POP, that is plaster of Paris, in variant sizes. I mean variant sizes here because if the idol is worshipped at a domestic level, then it will be of very small size. But when it is at a community or the societal level, its size increases from 5 feet to 20 feet, etc. Depends upon the crowdfunding associated with that. So, such large variation of POP idols that would be immersed after a period of worshipping and festivities will naturally cause water resources to get polluted. These are the pictures of the Ganesha festival, the Lord Ganesha festival, and Goddess Durga festival. Recently, that is today is the 10th day, and today will be today is the festival that is Dashera, and today the 10th day of Durga Navaratri has come to an end, and the goddess Durga will be immersed in nearby water resource. So next what? The previous activities, that is, just before a decade, people were not aware of environmental pollution, or they were not at all concerned what will happen if we continuously and consistently keep on immersing idols made of POP into the into water resources. Ultimately, all the organic matter that is going to be present in the lake or water bodies is going to cause eutrophication and thus the death of the lakes. So slowly you can see that immediately after the immersion, though the debris was gradually getting degraded, but idols would wash off to the river banks and seashore. This can be seen with this picture. So, in order to overcome this problem, government has taken certain initiatives. National Green Tribunal that has come into action in 2015, banning the immersion of idols made up of non-biodegradable materials, especially made up of plaster of Paris, gypsum, plaster. Even in September 2015, NGT had mentioned certain guidelines that the materials used for idol preparation should be biodegradable in nature. So the awareness came through the teaching and educating population of India, along with the law enforcement. Then slowly and gradually, people have oriented themselves towards eco-friendly colors, eco-friendly materials, and non-biodegradable materials were avoided and they were collected and recycled. Apart from this, a practice of using clay idols to make, using clay idols so that during immersion, it will get mixed up with the natural soil. The law was enforced under Section 24 of the Water Act 1974 with two important points, that is, no person should purposely permit any kind of poisonous, noxious, or polluting matter determined in accordance with the guidelines or standards laid by State Board of Water or Sewer Management, etc., or the land management of that particular government. And no one is allowed to enter into any stream that may cause directly or indirectly the contamination of that particular water resource by increasing the idle immersion or other materials concerned with that. So remedies and solutions were given by our own scientists of National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, under the wing of CSIR India. They have come across one beautiful mechanism or method of chemical degradation. That is, 20% of ammonium bicarbonate, if mixed up with the plaster of Paris, will react with the solution to form calcium sulfate that can be utilized to form as a fertilizer, and calcium or and water is regenerated. What is the problem with POP idol? Basically, first, it is insoluble in water. When it mixes with water, it forms hard mass of gypsum. POP idols immersed in river decreases the percolation capacity of the soil. Colored matters of the POP idol cause various type of heavy metal pollution in water. So the reaction goes like this. Either you can use sodium bicarbonate or ammonium bicarbonate. It should be in the equivalent quantity of the idol's weight. That will react with the POP, that is in the form of calcium sulfate, which gets converted into ammonium sulfate and calcium carbonate. That can be utilized as a fertilizer. Another method was seed Ganesha. Also, in India, it is called Bij Ganesha. Bij Ganesha means a clay idol embedded with seeds is casted and it is worshipped. And on the day of immersion, it is just placed in a water pot, planter, and it is continuously watered so that it will dissolve and get converted into soil, and trees or plants, the plants can grow, the seeds can grow into seedlings and plants in future. So conclusion is, we have to observe certain remedies and solutions as developed also. But our conclusion is that we can also adopt idols made of brass or gunmetal, silver or gold, whichever is possible as per the capacity of the people, their own capabilities. They can use these metal idols and keep them for those 10 days, worship, immerse in water, wipe and place it in a sacred place. Thus, you may not pollute the environment at all, because you need not color it, you need not dissolve it, you need not include any kind of chemicals to dissolve it. So metal idols can be permanently placed and can be replaced. And every year long, generations together can utilize that idol as a sacred worshipping. Hello? These are the references. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti.
Thanks a lot.
Are there any questions?
Yes. Preeti madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Preeti madam.
Yes, sir.
Ganesha idol. Okay, madam. Ganesha idol made by shadows soil, I think in Maharashtra.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it solution for this?
Which idol you say?
Ganesh idol or other god idol is made by the shadow soil. Shadow soil.
What type of soil is it?
It is a clay soil.
Yeah. That will be okay if it is a clay soil and it has got all the components of natural resources, then it is well and good.
And secondly, madam, second question, you mentioned there, let me know the eco-friendly soil, eco-friendly colors.
Eco-friendly colors are the herbal colors that can be derived from the flower petals, vegetable resources, like from beetroot you can get the purple color, from spinach you can get the green color, from carrot you can get the orange color. Likewise, from turmeric you can get yellow color.
Okay, plant pigments.
Yeah, plant pigments. And apart from this, rose petals and marigold petals are generally used as coloring pigments by crushing and pasting them out.
Okay, thank you, madam. Good
Yes,
presentation.
thank you, thank you. Thanks
Okay.
a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Jojo. Very nice talking to you.
Okay, let's proceed. Oral presentation by Revathi Rajan, AR, Central Coir Research Institute, India. Effect of lignolithic microorganism isolated from termite gut on coir fibers.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible? Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
Share.
Mm.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see your screen.
Thank you.
Go ahead and proceed.
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Revathi Rajan, research scholar of Central Coir Research Institute, Kerala, India, is here before you to present my research topic on effect of lignolitic microorganisms isolated from termite gut on coir fibers, under the guidance of Dr. Anita Das Rabindranath, former director, Central Coir Research Institute, Kerala, India. First of all, I would like to say about coir, which is a natural seed hair cellulosic fiber obtained from the outer shell or husk of the coconut, the fruit of Cocos muscipula, a tropical plant of the Ericaceae family extensively grown in tropical countries. Softening of coir fibers is one of the major practices in coir industry, which presently adopts various chemical treatment procedures that are not eco-friendly. Lignin is the main constituent of coir fiber, responsible for the stiffness of the fiber and protects it from degradation. Research and development have been underway to find a new and novel uses for this eco-friendly fiber. Chemical production of whiter fiber by removal of lignin with sodium hydroxide and subsequent bleaching of the dark fiber with acids produces a weak, thin fiber having reduced strength, and the treatment adversely affects the spinning properties of the coir fibers. Biological treatment to produce partially delignified whiter fiber will be a better, mild alternative to this problem. A potential source of lignin degradation machinery in nature is the termite. Although some termites actively cultivate fungi that can break down lignin, others are able to mineralize lignin by means of diverse community of commensal microbes living within the termites' hindguns. The ligninolytic enzymes attack lignin directly and thereby are the most promising long-term biological alternatives to lignin removal by the physical and chemical processes. The present study aims at identifying the microbial species from the gut microflora of wood decomposing termites, which could effectively degrade lignin present in coir fiber, thereby obtaining softened coir fibers. And the objectives of my study are to collect and identify the wood decomposing termites, followed by the isolation of lignin degrading microbes, either from the gut of microbes or in symbiotic relationship with the termites. Identification and characterization of the obtained microbes, followed by testing the lignin degrading capability of the identified organisms on coir fibers, and finally testing the level of softening of coir fibers after treating them with the isolated organisms. And here is the methodology in brief. The termites have been collected from in and around the campus and is subjected to serial dilution, followed by the general microbiological techniques such as spread plate technique and pure culture technique to obtain the pure microbial cultures. And further, the organisms, the isolated cultures were identified by basic staining and biochemical characterization studies, followed by the final identification test, that is a 16S rRNA sequencing to get the final identity of the microbial isolates. And next, I have done the tests for lignolitic activity using indicator dyes and lignin substitutes. The coir fiber has been treated with the isolated cultures and then tested for its quality parameters such as lignin estimation, surface topography, tensile strength, flexural rigidity, and FTIR spectra of the treated fibers. And here are the observations I obtained after performing various tests. Based on the morphology, the termites collected from the campus are identified as Coptotermi species. The lignolactic activity has been tested by using various indicator dyes such as methylene blue. And the plates showing the oxidation of blue by the bacterial colonies shows that the isolates are having lignolactic activity, and the colonies produces a clearance zone, which means that the oxidation of the dye has been happened. And the second one is the confirmatory test for the lignolactic activity by using tannic acid. The color change of the tannic acid after the incubation of the microbial culture shows that the organisms are showing good lignolactic activity. And here is a pure culture plate, which is showing the clearance zone around the colonies, indicating that the organisms are having lignolactic activity. And these are the biochemical characterization studies I have performed to identify the isolates. I have collected 3 isolates, and these are the results which I obtained after the biochemical test. And based on those results, the isolates were identified as Cosoconia species, Acinetobacter species, and Streptomyces species respectively. The final identification has been carried out by performing 16 sRNA sequencing, and it is confirmed as Cosoconia oryzantophytica, Streptomyces atratus, and Acinetobacter ivophyre respectively. And here are the results for the lignin estimation of the coir fibers by performing Schizen method. We could see that in the raw coir fiber, the percentage of lignin was found to be 46.145% and is subsequently reduced to 38.7% after treating with the microbial consortium having all the 3 isolates at 72 hours of incubation. This means that the lignin content present in the fiber has been reduced up to 7.45%. And flexural rigidity of the coir fibers has been tested. It measures the degree of softness by evaluating the FR of the fiber when subjected to deformation. Here is the equation which is used to find out the FR values. And here are the results. And in this also we could see the raw coir fiber is having the flexural rigidity of 1.12, which is reduced to 0.66 after treating with the microbial consortium with all the 3 isolates at 72 hours of incubation. And the tensile strength of the coir fiber is also measured. It specifies the point when a material goes from elastic to plastic deformation and is expressed as the minimum tensile strength needed to split the material apart. And here are the results. Based on the results obtained after conducting the lignin estimation and the flexural rigidity, I came to the conclusion that the coir fibers which is treated with the microbial consortium at different time intervals is showing better results, is showing the better reduction in the lignin as well as the FR values. So I took that sample for the tensile strength study, and for that I got the values. Untreated coir fiber has got the stress of 245.351 and the break strain of 25.024% and has got a negligible reduction after treatment, which shows that the treatment is not affecting the strength of fibers much. And here is the FTIR spectra which I obtained. The peaks at 1026, 1220, and 1740 indicates the presence of lignin and cellulose. And we could see in the graph that these peaks were reduced in size, indicating the loss of lignin. And the results also confirms with the earlier results of lignin reduction. And here is a surface topography images by performing scanning electron microscopy. Here you can see in the raw coir fiber, the outer surface is covered with the surface amorphous lignin, which is rich in surface amorphous lignin. And we could see in the SEM images of the microbial consortium after 72 hours of treatment, we can see the cellular microfibrils are visible. That means that the surface amorphous lignin on the coir fiber has been reduced or removed to some extent. And here is a conclusion. The results obtained after conducting staining, biochemical test, and rRNA sequencing, the organisms were identified as K. oryzantophytica, Streptomyces atratus, and Acinetobacter ivophyre. Subsequent reduction in the lignin content of the coir fiber upon treatment was observed. The lignin was found to be reduced up to 7.45% after 72 hours of treatment with the crude enzymes obtained from the consortium. The SEM images reveal the removal of surface layer, which is rich in amorphous lignin and cellulosic group that expose the internal structure of bundles of cellulosic microfibers. Treatment of coir fiber with the crude enzymes extracted from the isolates have reduced to the FR of the coir fiber, which indicates that the enzymes were effective in biosoftening. The breaking stress imparted on the raw fiber and treated was found to be reduced from 245.35 to 230.99, indicating that the microbial treatment induced only negligible changes in the strength of fibers. Thus, the treatment method will cleave its path into effective alternative for the present chemical methods of treatments, projecting future coir industry to be more environmental friendly. The finding could be extended for further scrutiny so that the current use of various chemicals for coir softening could be replaced with this biological treatment processes. So, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Waiting for the queries.
Are there any questions? Nice.
Hello? Hello, Revati?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Revati?
No? Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon. I can hear
Hello,
you.
Revati?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sure. You're audible.
Can you please give me the reason why did you choose a termite gut microbe?
Because earlier scientific reports have shown that the termites' hind guts have got more than 200 species of microorganisms, which is able to delignify, and we could say that the termites are wood decomposers. So wood is composed of
They consume.
Yeah. So there it is the termites which is acting on the wood, but it is the microbial consortium which is present in the termite hindgut acting upon the cellulose and lignin that helps to take this wood and other things as their food. It is actually the microbes in the termite hindgut which is acting on the demineralization or delignification.
So in that case, you have some idea about the biochemical pattern of it?
I didn't check into that.
Okay.
And the study is still on.
Okay. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Rivati. Next, oral presentation by Fatkul Hajar Aswad, Muhammadiyah, Principal Lampung University, Indonesia, Evaluation, Implementation of Recruitment, Selection, Placement Policy, Public Servants of Civil Candidate from Regular at Tangamos Regency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all of you. Okay. Ya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all of you. Gimana? Udah kerja, Pak?
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon. Udah terlihat Pak ini, Pak?
Oke, sudah. Oke.
Ya.
Cukup jelas suaranya.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank all of you for coming in my presentation. Let me introduce my team A. The first, my name is Fatkul Hajar Aswad, is author from Muhammadiyah Pringseu Lampung University. And second, Bambang Sugiono Agus Purwono from Mechanical Engineering Department Polytechnic Malang, Indonesia. And third, Ms. Roelto Bogancisu from Philippine Normal University, Universitas Filipina. The subject of my presentation is evaluation, implementation of recruitment selection placement policy, public servant of civil candidate from regular of Tanggamus Regency. Outline. Number one, research background. Number 2, literacy study. Number 3, research method. Number 4, research discussion. Number 5, the conclusion and 6, reference. Introduction. Research background. The occurrence of deforestation from plantation due to lack of forest superficie staff. The Indonesian government need to preserve protect forests, so it requires employers to manage it. So it need to be done. Recruitment, selection, and placement of employers in integral part of the overall human resources program of the human resources management function. Problem: appointment of employers who don't consider job. Balance of position formation analysis. Continuity of position formation can have the potential to damage the reservation system. The impact of employer agreement is low performance and service. Research objective. Implementation of the policy of recruitment, selection, and placement of public line employer at the Tanggamus Regency government. Limitation. The government regulation. The state budget is limited so that fewer employers are hired. Literacy study, definition, recruitment. Recruitment are set out in the form of job description for role profile and process specification. This provides the information required to draft advertisement for vacancy of the internet, brief agency or recruitment consultant, and assess candidate by means of interview and selection test. Selection. The purpose of selection interview is to obtain and assess information about candidates that will enable valid verification to be met the future performance in the job for which they are being considered in comparison with the predication made for other candidates. The definition of personal placement is in an ability to properly place someone who has certain ability and position or job that is accordance with that ability and that align with the need of organization. Research method describe qualitative research method by previous model. Comparison of performance and standard based of the previous comparison evaluation method. Step 1 itu design, step 2 installation, step 3 processing, instruction, and 4 product and standard, and 5 cost. Ratio and discussion. Design. The result of research on the design component, namely the purpose of employer procurement formulated by the policy implementary, directly replicate the objective continually in the guidelines. The success of the design component is the support by implementing official who the committed to the success to policy implementation, as well as supports by implementing who have adequate competence in the IT field. The support of the region and the Secretary of Tanggamus who will always coordinate, as well as the availability of personnel database and SKBD step in condition analysis, possession and workout analysis during the moratorium. Installation. The planning for the punishment of public protective employer has a legal basis, namely the issue on the decree the region Tanggamus and formation and educational quality of candidate for civil servant in Tanggamus Regency from general application for formation in 2030, so that policy implementation can arrange program organization that the strengthened by committee internal coordination meeting. The finding in the design. At the installation stage, it was found that neither an implementer nor the policy maker at making activity reports had yet carried out evaluation step. This condition was due to the policymaker still not deeming evaluation necessary. As a result of not being evaluated, it is suspected that policymaker don't know the strength and weakness of the policies that have been implemented. Policy process. The region of governor issued a decree as equivalent for the implementation of public land staff measurement in state implementation. The decree of the region of Tanggamus and the governor of Lampung. The finding is the processing. The processing of the test result can be carried out simultaneously is one day after the test are carried out because a test result in the area scans by the Jakarta National Committee, resulting in the committee not being able to immediately see the result that Day2 writing in line. This fact is not in accordance with the evaluation standard and criteria and the operational guidelines and technical guidelines in the PAN RP regulation. The product, the result of the research on the product component are the result of the implementation of the recruitment, selection, and placement of public line employees in the Tanggamus district, namely as of policy outcome have product 40 forest employers who have educated competence who has placed in remote, isolated, and scattered area in the Tanggamus district. The finding this product based on the result of the research, the implementation of recruitment, selection, and placement policy for public line employers at the Tanggamus Regional Staffing Agency on the product component is whether effective and the moderate category. Conclusion, implementation of the policy recruitment, selection, and placement of forestry employers, the public track in Tanggamus District 2030 was in the moderate category. Recommendation expected to there to redistribution of employers amid the influence of the political environment and local culture so that the need of employer of each agency are fulfilled according to the formation of policy position. Thank you. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
Are there any questions?
I have a question, please. May I ask what forests are we talking about here? Is it your local forests? Which country?
Indonesia.
Indonesia, yes. So can I ask, do you have regular fires there?
What for, please?
Is there any forest fires appears in Indonesia?
Yes, Tanggamus you can see.
Yes. So are you taking the precautions of these fires? And how about the biodiversity there?
Ada kebakaran, Pak, sudah hilang. Already lost. The fire already have been finished. some places.
Yes, unfortunately. Okay, we hope it will be okay in the future. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Prof. Hafid. This is Bambang Sab.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine. What about Egypt?
Egypt is okay. We trying to survive. The main effect of global warming in Egypt is sea level rising, actually.
Okay. Thank you for your report, Dr. Prof. Hafid.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatul.
Thank you very much.
Next, let's recall poster presentation by Neha Tiwari, Gurukula Kangri, deemed to be University, India. Topic: status of soil nutrients of two different agro ecosystems of Champawat, Uttarakhand, India. Proceed, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. The topic of my presentation is status of soil nutrients of two different agroecosystem of Champavat, Uttarakhand, India. The word soil represents one of the most active and complex. It is essential for the existence of many forms and provides medium for plant growth and also supplies the organism the nutritional requirements. The soil comprises of air, water, organic matter, and macro-micro together provides physical and chemical properties that support life of various flora and fauna in terrestrial ecosystem. Every soil has different properties, the physical and chemical properties. The physical properties includes amount, shape, structure, size, pore spaces, organic mineral composition of soil, while the chemical properties includes the interaction of various constituents among soil particles and the soil solution. Soil modification due to changes in land use types and patterns has created a threat to the sustainable productivity of the soil and is considered as the major factor that affect the distribution pattern of nutrients in the soil. However, the capacity of soil to act as a source of nutrients in modified ecosystem, like in agroecosystem, due to various nutrients have been changed. The land use practices often influences the fluxes of soil carbon, affecting the carbon cycle. This is the objective of my study. The study evaluates the soil nutrients in two different agroecosystems, that is agricultural land and tea garden sites of Champavat, Uttarakhand, India. The methodology includes selection of agroecosystems in which two different lands have been selected. Site 1 includes the agricultural land and site 2 includes the tea garden. Then the soil of two different ecosystems have been collected and composite sampling is done. Then the soil is analyzed for the further physicochemical analysis. Description of study area. The study area includes the Champavat district of Uttarakhand, and the geo coordinates of Champavat is 29 degree 20 second north and 80 degree 5 second east. Champavat lies at an altitude of about 1615 meter above mean sea level. Site 1 includes the agricultural land and site 2 includes the tea garden. The sampling of soil were done randomly and were mixed to obtain composite samples and analyzed for further physicochemical analysis. The physicochemical analysis is done by using several protocols, in which the bulk density and water holding capacity was done by using the protocol of Anderson and Ingram 1998, and the pH and conductivity of soil has been measured by using pH meter and conductivity meter with a soil suspension of 1:5. Soil carbon was estimated by using rapid titration method of Walkley and Black 19 and 34. Total soil nitrogen was determined by the Zelda distillation method. Available phosphorus was determined by using spectrophotometer, and potassium was determined by using the flame photometer. These all are the physicochemical analysis procedures of the soil. The result of the study includes, this is the table 1, which gives the physicochemical characteristics of agricultural soil, and this the physical characters like water holding capacity and bulk density is given. Water holding capacity is 84% of agricultural soil and bulk density is 1.19 gram per centimeter cube. pH is slightly basic, that is 7.8, and the electrical conductivity is 0.24. The organic matter of agricultural soil is quite good. It is 4.028, and nitrogen is also present in a good amount of 0.58, and potassium is 0.029, and the CN ratio is 4:8. Table 2 represents the physicochemical characteristics of tea garden soil. The water holding capacity of tea garden is 70% and is lower than the agricultural field. Bulk density is 1.04 and the pH of tea garden is slightly acidic. The organic matter is also low as compared to the agricultural soil, that is 1.98, and nitrogen is 0.30% and potassium is 0.02 and phosphorus is 0.108 and the CN ratio is 3.83. From table 1, it is seen that agricultural soil has significantly higher pH, that is 7.8 as compared to tea garden soil, that is 6.5. And according to the study of Tiwari et al., it also concludes that agricultural soil of Bajpur region also had a higher pH of 7.47 as compared to other land use systems like horticulture, oak and pine forest. The results of this study indicate that tea garden soil had lower pH as compared to the cultivated soil. And the values of EC were absorbed to be in the range from 0.08 to 0.24 Simon centimeter minus 1, which was not very high. The highest percentage of organic carbon and organic matter was absorbed for the samples collected from agricultural soil, that is 2.37% and 4.08% respectively. It is quite good organic matter present in agricultural soil as compared to tea garden, because in agricultural soil there is an input of cow dung, ash, green manure and other leaf litter. That is why the organic matter is present in a good amount. Also, the agricultural soil has high water holding capacity, that is 84%. And the water holding capacity increases with increasing level of organic carbon and with increasing percentage of silt and clay particles in the soil, because silt and clay particles have much higher surface area to hold greater quantity of water. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium are also referred to as the primary macronutrients of soil and most important to provide the vitality and performance of plants growth. Total nitrogen varied from 0.58 in agricultural soil to 0.30 in the tea garden. The values of potassium and phosphorus were significantly higher in the agricultural soil due to the addition of cow dung, green manure, and other leaf litter inputs. Organic matter controls the total nitrogen, any available nutrients in the soil. Overall, the results of the study reveal that agricultural land had higher soil nutrient availability as compared to the tea garden soil. The conclusion of the study reveals that the agricultural soil conserves soil nutrients more efficiently compared to other land use types, because this system allows significantly higher microfloral activities on the plenty of littered material available on the soil. However, the nutrient availability in the tea garden soil was low because of considerably low organic inputs, which required proper management strategies to accelerate that process of organic matter buildup and recycling within such ecosystems. Land restoration practices through longer fallow period likely are successful in promoting the recovery of soil characteristics. Thus, agricultural soil where inputs are cow dung, ash, and green manure is considered as highly nutrient-enriched soil and economically beneficial. And these are some references.
Thank you, Neha Tiwari. Are there any questions? Okay, let's proceed. We will call Pratima Devi.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Good afternoon to all. I, Dr. Yoginder Singh, and my co-presenter is Dr. Pratima Devi Ranga. Today, we are here to present a paper entitled Environment Protection and the Constitutional Framework of India. But before starting, I, my own, and on behalf of Dr. Pratima Devi Ranga, would like to pay our sincere thanks and congratulate to the organizers of this virtual conference. Now I start my presentation with Sanskrit phrase Vasudhava Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. The phrase Vasudhava Kutumbakam consists of several words. Vasudha means the earth and the Kutumbakam means family. Recently, the India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi used this phrase in a speech at World Culture Festival organized by Art of Living, adding that Indian culture is very rich and has inculcated in each one of us with great values. We are the people who have come from Aham Brahmasmi to Vasudha Kutumbakam. We are the people who have come from Upanishad to Upgraha, that is satellite. Now I request my co-presenter Dr. Pratima Devi Ranga to proceed further. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. The Constitution of India is not an inherent but a living document which evolves and grows with time. The specific provision on environment protection in the Constitution are also result of this evolving nature and growth potential of the fundamental law of the land. The preamble to our Constitution ensures socialist patterns of the society and dignity of the individual. Decent standard of living and pollution-free environment is inherent in this. The Environment Protection Act 1986 defines environment as environment includes water, air, and land, and the interrelationship which exists among and between air, water, and land and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property. The chapter on fundamental duties of the Indian Constitution clearly imposes duty on every citizen to protect environment. Article 15A, Clause G says that it shall be duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. The directive principles under the Indian Constitution directed towards ideals of building welfare state. Healthy environment is also one of the element of welfare state. Article 47 provides that the state shall regard the raising of the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people and the improvement of public health as among its primary duties. The improvement of public health also includes the protection and improvement of environment, without which public health cannot be assured. Article 48 deals with organization of agricultural and animal husbandry. It directs the state to take steps to organize agricultural and animal husbandry on modern and scientific lines. In particular, it should take steps for preserving and improving the breeds and prohibiting the slaughter of cows and other draught cattle. Article 48A of the Constitution says that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forests and wildlife of the country. Is there any problem, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
According to Article 21 of the Constitution, no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. Article 21 has received liberal interpretation from time to time after the decision of Supreme Court in Menka Gandhi versus Union of India. Article 21 guarantees fundamental right to life, right to environment, free of danger of disease and infection is inherent in it. Right to healthy environment is important attribute of right to life with human dignity. The Constitution of India under Article 19(1)(a), read with Article 21 of the Constitution, guarantees right to decent environment and right to live peacefully. Article 19(1)(g) of our Indian Constitution confers fundamental right to on every citizen to practice any profession or to carry any occupation, trade or business. This is subject to reasonable restriction. A citizen cannot carry on business activity if it is health hazardous to the society or general public. Thus, safeguards for environment protection are inherent in this. Public interest litigation under Article 32 and 226 of the Constitution of India resulted in a wave of environmental litigation. The leading environmental cases decided by the Indian Supreme Court includes cases of closure of limestone quarries in the Dehradun region, the installation of safeguard at chlorine plant in Delhi, MC Mehta versus Union of India. In Vellore Citizen Welfare Forum versus Union of India, the court observed that the precautionary principle and the polluter pays principle are essential feature of sustainable development. At local and village level also, panchayats have been empowered under the constitution to take measures such as soil conservation, water management, forestry, and protection of the environment and promotion of ecological aspect. Environment protection is part of our cultural values and tradition. In Earth Veda, it has said that man's paradise is on earth. This living world is the beloved place of all. It has the blessings of nature's bounties. Live in a lovely spirit. Earth is our paradise and it is our duty to protect and paradise. The Constitution of India embodies the framework of protection and preservation of nature without which life cannot be enjoyed. The knowledge of constitutional provisions regarding environment protection is need of the day to bring greater public participation, environmental awareness, environmental education, and sensitize the people to preserve ecology and environment. There is an urgent need to formulate laws keeping in mind the fact that those who pollute or destroy the natural environment are not just committing a crime against nature, but are violating human rights as well. Indeed, health has seemed to be the subject that bridges gap between the two fields of environmental protection and human rights. The advancement of the relationship between human rights and environment would enable incorporation of human rights principles within an environmental scope, such as anti-discrimination standards, the need for social participation, and the protection of weaker groups. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Hello, ma'am. May I ask the one question, please?
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do we have any questions from our chair?
Can we ask the one question?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I want to ask that about this in India, as the madam says that the legal and something.
Yes, sir,
I
I'm
like the
a
presentation.
professor in law department. That's why I choose this topic.
Topic is good, very good.
Thank
So,
you, sir. Thank you.
how can we implement it on a ground level, as the public do not understand that we are studying
At the last, I said there is a need for awareness programs and sensitizations program also, and we should go down to earth for these programs, like school levels, colleges, at village grounds.
But yeah, there is a lot of awareness, but I think the political will is not there. What I feel actually.
So I want to say we should try on both levels, at ground levels, like village, school, and also at political
Sorry
level.
that I'm cutting. Most of the students, most of the even children, they are following the things, but still the people are not following the political system. That they are not following it. They enhance that. Okay, that you have to celebrate. That you have to celebrate. The
But
thing is,
that on the Diwali is a very big festival in India, and this
yes,
government started ban on this patakas like.
now other pataka can be used, which has a little bit of smoke. Other pataka can be used.
Yeah, but there is a smoking also starting ban on in India, and some other I can say policies are making by the Indian government to save the environment.
As the strict action has been taken earlier for another things, so can we take the action? The once we have the article, the political leader must take the strict action
Yes,
if they
sir,
are.
definitely. I do agree with you that action must be strict and it
Hmm.
should be taken against all the violators.
Yeah, at least a little bit so that we can preserve the earth. And
Yeah,
as you said,
definitely. And sir, I want to thanks to all the organizers. This is my first international conference, and
good.
really I appreciate this, and I felt happy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that concise and very brief presentation. And yeah, I would like to thank all the presenters for today, and of course, our session chairs for all our technical sessions. I think we still have rooms that are ongoing. So before we proceed with our vote of thanks, we will wait for all the participants to come in. So you can go ahead and have a tea break. We still have 2 rooms that are ongoing and only 1 presenters each room are left. So let's have a few more minutes for a break. You can go ahead and grab something to drink.
Okay.
Please identify yourself. What presentation? Hello? The one who messaged on the group chat? What do you mean by my presentation? Please identify yourself. Here's my video. All right, go ahead, please. Share your screen. Let us welcome Kashifa Iqbal. We still have time. The topic is about the flow habitat relation. Please, I cannot hear you. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. Kashifa Iqbal, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and you can go ahead and share your screen. Just let me know if you're having problems. Yes, sir. Kashifa Iqbal, your screen is coming up, but it is really very important that you unmute yourself and let us know if your audio is okay. Yes, your screen is coming up. Hi, finally I can hear you. Hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, but it's kind of like cutting in and out. So you need to make sure that your
Am I
internet
audible?
connection.
Oh my God, what should I do now?
Yeah, the Zoom meeting with a lot of participants will eat a lot of bandwidth for your internet. So please make sure that your internet connection is stable.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Actually, I'm facing some technical issues. Every time I'm trying to share, it gets disconnected. I don't know why.
Yeah, for this, for an online conference, yeah, you need to have a stable internet connection and as much as possible wired to the modem. Yeah, because we have a lot of participants and the Zoom meeting will eat a lot of bandwidth. At the same time, when you share your screen, it will also eat the hardware acceleration of your equipment. So are you wired to your modem? Oh.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible, but your screen is still coming up.
My screen. Now, is it visible? Yes. What should I do?
It is really important that for this kind of conference, we need to make sure that before the conference, we are equipped and also assure that we have a stable internet connection. Because of course, we need to convey clearly what our research is about, and we can show them our presentation.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are. All right, and we are done. All the sessions have adjourned, and we are waiting for the participants from those rooms to come back. And while we are waiting for them, let's go ahead and proceed. And I would like to personally thank everyone, all the presenters, and all our session chairs for sharing their valuable time with us. And I'm sorry.
I just said thank you.
Yes, I would like to thank you. It's our pleasure. And I would like to invite Dr. Bambang for the closing remarks. Doctor?
Yes, thank you very much. This is a good moment for everyone. Now we have already extended more than 30 minutes. This is a good international conference that we have already follow in this for 2 days. I hope everyone will get some inspiring idea or get something new technology and sciences. Also will getting the environmental science. I hope we can meet again in the next international conference. Dr. Rudra already announced, already launched next June, 1st until 3 of June 2022 in Denpasar, Bali. I hope we can, the pandemic COVID-19 already finished. This is a good, a better previous international conference that I have joined in this conference. Good luck, good job. Thank you for the organizing committee, Ms. Nivida, the moderator, the host, and keynote speaker, and all of you, all participants. See you later in the next international conference. Good job.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And yes, I totally agree. Hopefully that we can also do more conferences with you guys and learn more after, even after pandemic. And yes, next we would like to invite Dr. Joshi to deliver the vote of thanks. Dr. Joshi?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Yes. So myself, Dr. Sudhir Joshi. I'm a senior health officer in Government of Gujarat, India, and director and founder in SDG Brigade India. On behalf of 7th GoGreen Summit 2021, we express our gratitude to respected CEO Dr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy, our respected dynamic conference chairman, Dr. Bambang, all the distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, and all attendees across the globe. Thank you very much, all dynamic environmentalists, for excellent contribution in this summit and made it very productive. We extremely thankful to all collaborative agencies like University Malaysia, Kelantan, Philippines, Normal Universities, Sustainable Development Goals Brigade India, Dambi Dolo University, and especially Team ISERS, International Society of Environmental Relation and Sustainability from House of BioLeagues. All have done great job. Heartily congratulations to all. This is indeed one step towards sustainable globe. We made resolutions and we will go for next, and we are eagerly waiting for 8th Go Green Summit. Heartily congratulations and best wishes and best compliments, and very, very well productive conference, made good impact for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshi. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I would like to also personally thanks everyone for their cooperation and participation. Thank you so much. And also I would like to thank BioLeagues Worldwide and International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. Thank you so much, everyone. And I would like to also do special mention the Philippines to participate in this kind of conference. Philippine Normal University, congratulations. And oh, by the way, for the winners, the best presenter and the best presentation will be announced via email. So the winners will receive an email from us within 2 to 3 business days. Our session chairs will collate all the observation. All right, and let me check. Hold on. All right, on your chat box, we shared a link where you can provide a feedback. So it is really very important for us to improve and to improve on our future conferences. So please, I would really advise everyone to provide a feedback. Feedback about the conference, the participants, your moderators, and the organizers. So please do share your thoughts so that we can improve ourselves, and we can have a better conference success. Thank you so much, everyone, and we have a great day. Bye. Once again, your moderator.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Are we not having a photo shoot?
Thank you very much. It was honor to be joining you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
We will meet.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jojo madam.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I'm saying thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone. I really do
Thank you,
apologize.
madam.
I was, yeah, I had to be here late because I had my vaccine earlier. So be safe, everyone. Thank you so much. Till next conference.